All right. Let's open the quarterly meeting for RCT. First, I want to thank our hosts, Daniel and Ann. We are today coming in from Region 2, from Lancaster, Texas, on the campus of Dallas College. Guys, thank you for hosting. I know we're going to have a bit of a showcase of the region tomorrow. And this one is special to me because Dallas area is my home as well as this for a few of the RCT members. So really looking forward to that one. And being on college campus, it's interesting. We're surrounded by a bunch of kids, and I understand they're not even college kids; they're high school kids. There's a certain innocence when you're that age, when you're in high school, when you're in college. You don't really care what's happening around you. So you just kind of care what's in front of you that day. You sort of focus on those very immediate needs, which are fairly universal for folks. And I think it's actually very appropriate to take things through that lens of just basic needs, regardless of happening in the world when we talk about VR. Because we are right now in a very interesting time for the country, for the world, in all senses. Political sense, we have probably the biggest election of our time. It seems like every 4 years it's the biggest election of our times. This one truly does feel like it's the biggest election of our times. Technology sense, AI, right? It was always around, but the last couple of years, it just came on everywhere. So the world is changing much more rapidly in the technological sense as well. But the basic human needs remain the same. This need for shelter, this need for food, this need for comfort, and employment, right? Employment is, to me, a basic human need, and more accurately, a basic human right. So regardless of what's happening in the world, the role of VR remains the same. And it is to meet, to enable the folks to take advantage of this basic human right to work, to earn a living, to have a meaningful career, to have a meaningful place in the world from the sense of work, not job, work, right? So despite what's happening in the world, our mission remains the same. It is to support those folks that really depend on this ability and support of this ability to do what is needed to make money, to provide for their families, and to give something back to the community and to the state. So this just being on this campus, once again, kind of strikes that, to me, strikes the chord. Regardless of what's happening around us, our mission remains the same, and we should remain laser focused on it. Speaking of changes, this is technically the last day that VR division is being headed by Cheryl Fuller. I don't think Cheryl is joining us virtually, which is, we always enjoy her. So today's her last day, so I understand why that she's not able to join us. It is an end of an era. Regardless, the mission of VR remains the same. I know it's going to be headed in with the same grace and the same poise and the same sense of purpose as Cheryl led it, with whoever will be the new head of VR. In the meantime, Scott McEwen has been appointed as the interim VR division director starting tomorrow. Not yet. Starting tomorrow. Regardless of what the sign says, it's starting tomorrow. So I know Scott will provide that right bridge and that right transition between Cheryl and whoever will be the next VR division head, which is great, right? Because continuity and that sense of purpose is crucial. Few tactical things. We are once again hybrid, so we have a couple of microphones in the room. Just be cognizant of any side conversations. If these mics are excellent and they will actually pick it up. So keep any side conversations, just don't do any side conversations. Be mindful of ASL interpreters. If you are speaking, slow down so the folks can interpret. Be mindful of the folks with visual disabilities. So if you're presenting, describe what you're presenting. Speak to the chart, not just put the chart on the screen and expect folks to see what's there. If you're making a comment, if you're presenting, introduce yourself so folks know who you are. And it's not just, don't just rely on the name tags. As always, if you have any questions or anything like that are dealing with personal matters, you're more than welcome to put it in the chat. You're more than welcome to put it in the Q&A box. We will address whatever we can that is of overall kind of benefit. But if it's something very personal, we won't address it, but we will revert and handle it offline. We are taking public comments both today and tomorrow. If you do want to make a public comment, we do ask folks to sign up ahead of time. And we will be taking sign-ups today until 4 o'clock. So if you do want to make a public comment, either send a email to Mr. Donovan, our coordinator, or put in a comment into the chat on Zoom that you want to make a public comment. And once again, we'll be taking those until 4 o'clock. And for the folks attending in person, just logistics, there's restrooms around the corner, kind of that way, and around. Can't find them. Ask. With that said, let's get on with our agenda. Let's just double check to make sure, do we have any commissioners on the line that can make a couple of comments? I didn't see any of them on. I think most of them are traveling today and will not be able to join. Yeah, I don't see any of them on. So let's go to the first planned item on the agenda, which is a tricky topic. It was sort of by design. We're starting with the hardest topic first while we're still full of energy. So I'm going to turn the floor over to not yet director, still VR division, deputy division director Scott McCune. Please take us through the budget. What happened in 24 actuals versus what we were planning for, how we're looking for 25, and let's talk a little bit about what might be coming down the pike in 26 and 27.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, almost. Still 20 minutes till good morning. With board members and those who are listening in virtually, happy Halloween. It is the 31st. I cannot believe it. Where does time go? Daniel, can you please pull up the PowerPoint? It's in the RCT binder on the TWC VR budget update. Daniel, say one moment.
I didn't see this in our binder. Am I looking for the wrong thing? What was it titled?
For the RCT, the SharePoint.
And the
Daniel,
title of it?
Daniel, I'll just email it to you.
Okay, thanks.
There it is. Great. Okay, perfect. Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and provide a budget update for the 24 actuals, and then also too with forecast for 25, 26, 27, and go and touch a little bit too on our LAR requests that we've made.
Not advancing.
Oh,
There you go.
did I push it too many times?
You're a bit ambitious.
All right, here we go. What we'll look at is our state fiscal year 24-25 status. We're going to look at the snapshot of where the budget was at the as of the end of August. We're also going to look at our budget and expenditure report by the division and region, and also by service type for this past state fiscal year. And we're going to review the state fiscal year 25, our client services budget distribution plan, and then go over the client services projections for 25 through 27. All right, here we're looking at what we discussed previously. I like to look at kind of historical information as we present new information to kind of see where we've been and kind of see what our current state is. And so this chart is looking at the budget as of 5/31. This is previously what we discussed with the headers looking at expenditures for quarter 1, 2, and 3. And then also then providing in one of the columns where we are at the time, our total obligations at the end of quarter 3 and the budget remaining at the end of quarter 3, with looking at in the areas of our salaries and wages, our travel budget, operating expense budget, and our client service budget. And then the chart also has totals for each of those categories. In the column for the budget as of May 31st, our client service budget was at $211 million. It would be nice, I should have included the other ones.
Apologies. For everybody on the line, when does the state fiscal year start on it?
The state fiscal year starts on September 1st and ends on August 31st. So for state fiscal year 24, we're looking at September 1st of 23, ending on August 31st of 24. So that was just a couple of months ago was when it ended.
Which is important because it's actually off by a quarter from the federal fiscal year.
And so looking at the budget as of the end of quarter 3, which was May 31st, the client service budget was at a little over $211 million. Rewinding back to quarter 1, the budget started at about $157 million. And then it grew to 169, and then ultimately to 211. And the obligations at the end of quarter 3, as we discussed last time, it was at about 182 million, with a budget balance remaining of a little under 30 million, about 29.4 million. And now looking at an updated chart that looks at the same information, but this now includes quarter 4 of what our actuals of what we've expended so far, but also what we've encumbered, and then also looking at the total obligations in our remaining balance at the end of quarter 4. Still looking at the same topics of salaries and wages and benefits, travel, operating expenses, client services, and then also the totals for each of those areas. And so looking at the client service budget, it went up a little bit to 214.5 million. And then looking at where our obligations were at the end of the quarter, 229.6 million. With a remaining balance in client services of a negative balance of 15 million. Now looking at each of the areas of the salaries and wages, travel, operating expenses, and then also client services, right now it's a net budget remaining of a negative 6.7 million. What I want to talk about is the area that looks at the column on quarter 4 encumbered. We still have in the client service category almost about 64 million.
Apologies. There's a query online. Is the ASL interpreter not on the screen?
Yeah, apparently not.
Do we need a pin, Steve?
I see them on my screen.
What we might do, we might need to pin them so it gives on every response screen.
The interpreter on the ASL channel is saying I'm here, but I just can't speak because I'm voice muted while he's in that channel. Can y'all not see him online?
No, is it Sean?
Yeah, Sean's on right now. I see him in my sign language
Just pin him. Let's just pin him
window.
to the,
Sean,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Can you raise your hand in there?
Can you see me? He's asking.
not give digital.
Oh, that's good. So we're done.
He raised his hand on his window.
Yeah.
Do you see that? Yeah, I guess you haven't seen. Let me put my camera on and see if you can see me. But I see him
See the
fine.
interpreter. And
Can you see me?
Yes.
We
You
can
all
see you.
either one of us. You
Yes.
see me?
I could see you now, Steve. Yeah,
Now we need Sean to turn his on. There he is.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm gonna turn mine off.
Okay, you guys are both on now. Thank you.
Scott, back to you.
Okay. Looking at our client services budget, it was at 214.5. However, the obligations at the end of the fourth quarter amounted to almost 230 million. So how's that possible? That if you've got a budget at the 214, how can you basically obligate more than what you have in your budget? Well, what we call is where we overbase. And the agency historically has what we call a make rate, that for every dollar that is obligated, 70 cents of that dollar is what makes it liquidated. The other 30 cents or 30% is returned back to the budget. And we've had about a 70% make rate for several fiscal years now. It ranges from 68, some years to 71, 70, 69, but on average, it's about a 70% make rate. And so that 63, almost 64 million, roughly about 70% of that will be liquidated, with the 30% returning back to the budget. And so that will take some time. This is our first year with what we call period of performance. That of that 63.9 million, 17.5 million of that is currently being utilized to continue services right now into this fiscal year. Historically, when a service authorization would always have an end date of August 31st at the end of the state fiscal year. And we would always shut that service authorization down just to reissue it again on 9/1 into the new state fiscal year. Under period of performance, that service authorization will be charged based on its obligation date to the appropriate grant award. And so instead of closing SAs just to reissue them again, we just extend the end date. And so that service authorization remains active, and you're able to utilize those funds that were obligated for some time down the road when you anticipate that good or service to be provided. And so 17.5 million of that 64 is being utilized right now with active customers in this state fiscal year right now. And the remaining balance of that is currently in service authorizations that need to be reconciled. We need to get invoices and bills in to be able to pay them, or to find out that the service wasn't in fact provided, and to close that service authorization down, which then releases the funds back into the budget, which then can be utilized for other services for other customers. And so that's that 63 point, well, I'm just gonna say 64 million of the encumbered balance at the end of quarter four. That's what we are, for the most part, working on to reconcile and to ensure that appropriate amounts of those funds are liquidated. And then also to take note that with the client services, although it's it's overbased by right now that 15 million that you see, that's just a line item in the ultimate bigger budget. And so where you have budgets available in other areas that still have balances are used to bring that up. So that negative 15 in the client services is really brought more to the positive because of the salary lapse of that 3.5 million of the budget remaining, the 833,000 from travel that wasn't used, and then other operating expenses were 4.1 million was not used. Is able to kind of leverage those available dollars that weren't used and to kind of put that towards the client services budget. But as in years past, example, in 23, when everything was all said and done, we ended state fiscal year 23 with client service expenditures of 189 million. But it took for us to land at the 189, almost about 203 to be ultimately encumbered, reconciling those service authorizations, and then eventually, when everything settles and everything is said and done, you end up landing where everything has been paid that needs to be paid. Some more discussion around overbasing because it is something that's kind of a little difficult for me to wrap my mind around. But when you got a budget of, let's say, 70 million, and that's what we need to hit. But if you know that your make rate is that 70% is only going to make it, then the budget really needs to really reflect 100 million. Because when everything's said and done, you'll land at that 70 million. And then it just doesn't make sense then that you would budget to the 70, because then ultimately, like, oh gosh, we've already fully encumbered that 70 million. The need is greater than what we have, pushes us into an order of selection, but then after everything's said and done, you only expended 50 million. That 20 million could have been used for something else. So overbasing allows for the flowing of funds to be able to move in and out of the system.
See it in Q1, right? It forces this negative behavior early on, where Q1 expenditure was, I would delicately phrase it as artificially suppressed.
Not so much, yeah, well, I want to say artificial. It's one of those that it's counting on the big picture, the big budget for the division that will bring it up. And I'll show you a slide of what that looks like, what I mean by that. Okay. And so looking at where our client service expenditures are, this chart looks at the budget as of the end of the state fiscal year, Q4 24, looks at the total obligated for each region. We're looking at regions 1 located in the Panhandle, region 2 in Texoma, region 3 in Central Texas, region 4 in East Texas, region 5 in Gulf Coast, and region 6 in South Texas. And so we are looking at the available balance for the client service budget in each one of those regions. And as you can tell, that only region 1 had a positive at 173,000. Region 2, the negative balance of almost 4. Region 3 at almost 5. Region 4 at almost a negative balance of 2 million. And then region 5 with a negative balance of about 3.7. And then region 6 at negative balance of 1.3. And so all that comprises that 15 million that we reviewed last time. And so as the regions continue to true up their budgets and go through their service authorizations, liquidating what needs to be paid out, but then also returning back to the budget what ultimately needs to be released so we can recycle those funds. And so looking at and following where we ended state fiscal year 24 at with our obligations and ultimately what we still have encumbered, that 64 million we discussed. Here we're going to look at our state fiscal year 24 client service expenditures by service category. This looks at, for a comparison of fiscal year 23, the number of customers in 23, and the amount of funds expended and a VR service category, and then comparing to where the number of customers in 24 and the funds expended for those customers and the various service categories which we are looking at here for, we'll go row by row, that for all pre-ex related services in 23, notice that we served about a little over, almost 8,000 customers with an expenditure in 23 of almost 42 million. And then we increase in 24 to 1,000 more students. 8,705 is who received pre-ex related services and expending 37.6 million so far. Because service authorizations are still open in that 64 million that we.
Do you have a view that has expended plus committed?
Not by the service category codes, no, we do not. And these service categories, this was a request from the council. This is in in your binder. It's on the RCT SharePoint. And the report that's on the SharePoint looks at it from 22 to 24. This couldn't fit all that on this chart, so I just got 23 to 24. But you can look at those from that report and just basically pulling some highlights from it onto this chart. Of interest when the council was wanting to look at the assessment and diagnostic services. In 23, we had almost 15,000 customers receive that service, expending about 16.4 million during 23. So far in 24, what's been reconciled so far is about 13,500 customers, expending almost 12 million so far. And
This data is through when?
through the end of August, a snapshot on August 31st.
But it doesn't have all of the other items that we will expect that will be done to state fiscal year 24.
It doesn't have these service categories tied into the additional obligations that it has. It just looked at the expenditures. Moving forward, I think it would be a better picture to look at the obligations and comparing it to what potentially might be expended. Because there are some funds that are not accounted for here. That the next 3 months from now, for our next council meeting, when we look at this, you'll see that the 24, wow, it was 37.5 for pre-ex related activities last go around. It increased now to, it's at 45 or whatever it might be. So yes, some of that 64 million that is currently in encumbrances, as those essays are reconciled, they'll start falling into these buckets. Hearing aids, so far with not all customers accounted for, but we're already seeing increases here. In 23, a little over 5,000 customers received hearing aids during 23, expending about 19.3 million. And in 24, 5,453 customers have received hearing aids, expending almost 20 million. And that might go up here in a little bit. Job placement services, in 23, 2,226 received this service at an expense of 6 million, a little over 6 million. And in 24, a little over 2,000, expending about 5.6 million. Now for this service, this is one of those that as a result of superior performance, that we've got SAs that have, that's procuring job placement services. Our first, depending on which it is, but benchmark pay for that job placement, that initial placement can take over 6 to 9 months. And so some of those funds, that 64 million, are job placement services. And so that service authorization that would have historically been closed just to be reissued again on 9/1 to do job placement has an extended date to wherever they believe that job placement will in fact be received. And so some of those essays may take some time to reconcile until that placement actually happens. And when it does, then the receive date will reflect within that date from, making of a date here, 9/1 of 23, all the way to November of, whatever, of 24. And that still would reflect an SFY 24 encumbrance, even though payment would happen during an SFY 25, because those funds obligated against the 24. Is that? Okay. Job readiness training and augmented services. In 23, a little over 1,000 customers received that service at an expense of about $3 million. And then in 24, almost 1,000, we're at 977 customers receiving job readiness training, with about 2.4 expended so far. Continuing looking at our service category codes, or service expenditures by service category, our next category is maintenance services. And in 23, about 1,300 of customers received this service at an expense of $619,000. And then so far in 20, I won't say so far, most maintenance services don't really continue on or continue to have open SA. So this is pretty much the closed actual expenditure of 1,372 customers receiving maintenance services at almost 800,000. Medical restorative services in 23, almost 4,000 customers received this service, expending about 10.5 million. And then in 24, so far, a little over 3,228 with 7.3 expended. Now, this is one of those that does take some time to reconcile in working with hospitals and working, getting the insurance payments and ensuring that everything was applied appropriately, and that as a payer of last resort, what is our share towards?
Start only to the expenditures most to the number of customers served. In other words, is the drop in the number of customers served real, or just we didn't consolidate it yet?
Just hasn't completely been trued up yet.
Got it.
And so then after those essays come to fruition, we should start to see that number increase.
Both those numbers, customers and expenditures.
Correct. And we'll revisit that and kind of test that hypothesis the next meeting. On the job training services, about 904 received the service during 23 at almost $2 million. In 24, 739 customers at about 1.2 million. On the job training, for the most part, I'm going to expect to see service authorizations being reconciled too much now, but with OJT, it could extend into SFY 25, and so those essays could still be open with payments being charged against it.
So Scott, let me see if I understand, because this category, the fourth column that says 2024 extended, if it said 2024 obligated, then per that service authorization, then that column would be much higher for most of these categories.
It would, because it would include the expenditure plus your encumbrance.
Yeah.
So it's expended plus encumbrance is your obligation. It's kind of what, you wrote a check for, I just hadn't.
Yeah, well, you haven't finished the service.
You have to finish, yeah. Post-secondary education and training services. In 23, a little over 7,000 customers received this service at an expense of almost 37 million. And then in 24, 7,587 customers received this service at almost $60 million. Now, let's kind of camp on this one for a little bit. The number of customers from 23 in comparison to 24, that's what, about a 7% increase? 500 more people. But the expense from 37 million to almost 60 million isn't kind of that same level of increase. It's actually substantially more. And so why is that? Taking a deeper look at this, a couple of things. A lot of these services, when you look at the expenditure report that's in the binder, there's more columns in there, more data. And some of that data that's in there averages out the cost per each of the service categories. And oftentimes, the average cost per, the majority of these service categories are pretty comparable. Except for post-secondary education and training, it's substantially higher. So why is the average cost per in post-secondary ed higher than some of the other service categories? Well, a lot of these other service categories, we've got rates, we've got contracts, things that, in essence, this is what we agreed to provide at this cost. Post-secondary education used to have rates associated with it, but now it's kind of open up to what we call what the market has. And with that, increases in cost for tuition and fees has gone up. The cost for room and board has gone up. The cost for books has gone up. And so it just costs more to go to post-secondary education training. In addition to, more customers are attending more semesters. So before, if I was part of the 7,023 but only attended one semester, that one semester is only in that bucket that then when it all averages out shows you that it's, you know, 5,000 to 6,000 for per customer. But if I attend the fall, the spring, and the summer, I'm still only tallied once. But now that expense is over, for the most part, 2 semesters plus a summer, which is half of it's a semester, but it's not a full expense. So that's the substantial, why the substantial increase from the 37 million in 23 to almost 60 million in 24. Looking at our psychological testing services that we provide, 2,737 received this service during 23 for an expense of about 2 million, and about 2,500 in 24 at also about 2 million. Pretty comparable. And then with psychological testing, we have a set rate on what we pay on that.
So I have another question before you move on. On the customer categories itself, several of them show a decrease in the number of people served at for the FY 2024 customers. And I mean, regardless of the amount of money associated with that, but there's been a decrease in the number of people actually receiving services. Was that trend there before, or is that something that's unexplained? Or?
It hadn't been because the customer is tallied based on the expenditure. And so if an expenditure has been posted, it then unduplicates the count of the customers for if they had numerous.
Okay, if they had several service authorizations.
If they did, you're only going to be counted once.
Okay.
But for those that have an open service authorization that hasn't been expensed yet, you're not going to be tallied in the customer count until it is liquidated.
Okay, so that number could actually go up. Then.
It could, because, I mean, if you had an SA obligated in August, it's going to charge to 24, and if the university hasn't completely billed for still trying to work out Pell Grant, who's applying to what, some of those essays could still be open, and so we could see that even increase more the next time we visit this. Noreen, does that answer your question?
It does, yeah. I just flipped that back to the pre-employment transition services to look at those numbers. And because that would likely happen or could happen, that a
Yes.
gets authorized. But I know that a lot of people wait until
And
the new year.
and particularly for pre-eds too, because a lot of those services happen during the summertime. And the summertime is, you know, what, June, July, and August?
Right.
So perhaps some of those services in July and August, still working on getting the reports, timesheets, whatever it was associated with that pre-eds activity to be able to, again, expense those open essays. But I expect that one to increase. Post-secondary, a lot of universities want advance payment.
Right.
Room and board, sometimes it's paid on a monthly cycle. So I think it could still continue to go up. I think the last time I was forecasting in the 60s. I think I said 64 million is where we might land. That was just doubling the end of quarter 2. That, you know, quarter 2 is mid-year. And so theoretically, you know, it's just half the year, you should just double it. And that's about where you should be at the end of the year. Okay, continuing on, last time we talked about self-employment services and why that this doesn't look right. To understand that, yes, in 23, we had 85 customers that received self-employment services that are geared towards more of like feasibility studies of your plan. Doesn't necessarily mean those are your self-employment services. And so we put that disclaimer on here that does not include other purchase services for individuals pursuing self-employment. Because oftentimes we purchase assistive technology, other types of supplies and things. It's not what's been specifically linked as the self-employment services. That's to help you with your plan and coming up with even on ideas on how you can become, what type of company are you going to have? An LLC? Okay, you need to take this class, take this course, work with this provider. Here's the expense for it. They're going to review this for you and make sure that it looks okay. I'm not aware of any open service authorization still. This is usually one that it's provided and paid for, but in 24, we only have 13 customers at an expense of almost 100,000. So that might be something for us to look at why that dropped. But overall though, the still number of individuals that have self-employment as an individualized plan for employment is going up. So more IPEs have been identified as self-employment. It's perhaps just fewer people are tapping into the need for a self-employment startup, because a lot of self-employments that we do have are to maintain their self-employment.
Scott, do you know what number was in 22, 21?
I have to go back and look at what was, at least in 22, because the report that's in the binder has the 22 data. And I think we could go back even to 21, we just would have to run those numbers.
Not that important in terms of things. I'm just curious, what is the real kind of a number? What's number ratio, right? Does it get to 5 or too low? Yeah, it's far from the most important thing in this page.
And then our next service category code.
Wait. Mr. McCune, this is Karen. Would it be possible then, just if we can get a better sense of what's happening in the self-employment arena, for you to provide us or VR with the number of IPEs that do have self-employment checked on them, as well as how many clients actually have a service authorization obligated, I think if that's the right terminology, for one of the self-employment steps, you know, like for the 1801, the 1802, you know, because that will let us perhaps give us a better idea of how many people are actually in that process. Would that be possible?
Yes. We can pull that data.
Because that might be more accurate.
Yeah, I think so, because I know when we were discussing the VR service categories to look at, and this really doesn't tell that story.
Yeah, I agree.
Looking at supported employment services, during 23, 1,462 customers received support employment services with an expense of almost 7.2 million. And in 24, 1,592 customers received support employment services, an expense of 7 million. Support employment is one of those services that benchmark 2, the job placement one, is what's going to take some time to be achieved. And so we could still have service authorizations open that were obligated during 24 that may not pay out until sometime during 25 when that job placement is in fact secured and the benchmark is achieved. But it's pretty comparable to past years. We are starting to see more IPEs that have support employment identified on the IPE. It's roughly about 4%. This is something we might need to take a look at because the average VR program across the nation is usually about 11%. And so to see why here in Texas we're not exactly where the nation is with the number of individuals of your total participants that you are serving receiving support employment services. And perhaps
That we're just bidding them somewhere else.
it could be job placement with the job coach.
Job coaching.
Could be that. But we'll need to kind of take a deeper dive into this one, as well as looking at the outcomes, the number of successful closures we have with individuals that received supported employment. That in relation to your composition of your participants, I would expect to see the kind of same composition in your outcomes. But with the outcomes, roughly about 2% of our outcomes are in support employment. And not to say that others are unsuccessful, it's just, it seems to be that you're in support employment services for a long time. And just that haven't achieved that outcome just yet. So in the pipeline, we have a lot of people receiving the support employment service. It's just ready to complete it. Transportation is another area, service category code that we're looking at. During 23, a little over 2,000 individuals received transportation services during state fiscal year 23 at an expense of about 2.1 million. And then during 24 was almost 2,000 customers at an expense of about 2 million. Pretty comparable. A service category code looking at vehicle mod services. During state fiscal year 23, almost 400 customers received vehicle mods at an expense of almost 6 million. And then during 24, almost 400 customers received a vehicle mod at an expense of about 4.7 million. Vehicle mods, it could be that vehicle mod services is one of those where an SA can be obligated ordered within that state fiscal year, and then it may not happen until sometime down the road. So we could still have some customers now with SFY 24 funds obligated, yet the service date is extended to December, and still waiting for that vehicle mod to be fully completed. And then that modifier will then invoice us, everything said and done, we come out for a vehicle mod checkout, make sure everything was installed, looks good, and then be invoiced on it. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And then our last service category code that we are looking at is our work-based learning services. During fiscal year 23, we had almost 800 customers receive this service at an expense of almost 5.8 million. And then during 24, so far we got 720 customers identified with almost 5 million that's been expended. Now, work-based learning services is one of those that perhaps it's already been provided, but there's a whole lot of back and forth with our providers and ensuring the completeness of invoices, the completeness of reports, just in the accuracy of the data, the information that's been presented on logs, or just ensuring that it seems that we're having to true up the information that's being submitted to justify the amount that's being invoiced prior to us expending and paying that service authorization. And so we still have a lot in this area that is part of that 64 million that's obligated. And work-based learning services historically has been one of our top expenditures. It's our number 2. Post-secondary ed number 1, work-based learning. And I guess this is just for adults, excuse me, because there's work-based learning for students as well. The student one is more into the pre-eds category, right? And then this work-based learning is more for adults. And that concludes looking at our client service expenditures by the service category codes we reviewed. We will continue to look at this. We review it on a regular basis, but the next time that we meet and we go through this, we'll be looking at how 24 has what adjustments that we see from this information presented today, but then also to seeing how quarter 1 of 25 is starting out. Okay.
Anything else on 24?
Those are all the service categories.
Do you mind go back a few pages? More.
When we had a quarter by quarter look.
This one?
This one or the one prior?
The one prior would be from the end of third.
Yeah,
This one's.
yeah, this one's probably better. So the Q1, specifically in client services, $22.5 million, substantially lower than all the other following quarters. And then the Q4 expenditure and the Q4 encumberment, which is substantially higher. Is this an aberration in 24, or is this typical behavior where Q1 is low and Q4 is very high? Because there's a relationship, right? If a lot of things are pulled into Q4, a lot of things are closed out and so on, that's going to make the next quarter seem low, right? So is this typical behavior, or was 24 particularly affected by budgetary issues and stuff and so on? If I were to pull the same chart for 23, for 22, 21, 1801, whatever, is it always Q1 really low and Q4 really, really, really high?
Need to go back and look at that and to see the methodology and how they identified the 22.6 million expended during quarter one. Is it one of those during this time period of 9/1 to the end of November, 22 million is the amount of warrants that were issued. So do you tally the 22 based on I obligated funds during September, October, or November? There's my date of obligation during that quarter, but I don't expend it until quarter two. Is that amount tallied in the quarter two data, or does it then go back and increase the quarter one to because that, yeah, it seems that would be then too low. And the reason why I would say it's low right now is because that's the beginning of the state fiscal year, and a lot of the expenditures take some time to be paid out. And so that's probably why we see in quarter two that jump to 55, almost 56 million, because of the obligations during quarter one that didn't pay out until quarter two.
Yeah, but then, like what actual seasonality occurs, all else being equal, school year, right? That's pretty much it. That school year is the only thing that's truly seasonal in the real world. But and end of any fiscal year, everybody's going to try to close down as many cases as possible, and so on and so on. Which induces a bit of artificial seasonality, which we may see if that's repeats year over year. But also last year we know was especially tough pressure, particularly in Q1, when there were some budgetary pressures. So what I'm trying to poke at is this extremely low Q1 and extremely high Q4. Is that normal, or was this a effect by something else?
I think it was affected by, at that time, was the first time we instituted a strategy that during that time period, the highest expenditures we have is in our post-secondary education. And during that time frame, we prorated that typically expenses for post-secondary ed, we would have issued service authorizations in August, paid it, and then moved on down the road. But to be able to access funds, to be able to put together a service authorization to give to the institution, so that way the student isn't dropped from classes, because the SA reflects a full account balance or amount that the student's going to be charged. It was 10% in SFY 23 and then 90% in 24. So during quarter one, I mean, just in the month of September alone, because we did that proration of that 10% and 90%, we obligated 60 million in just the month of September alone. And then from there, October, about another, usually we average about 11 to 12 million in obligations each month, with anywhere between 2.5 to 3 million a week. But for state fiscal year 2024, crossing over from, no. What year did we do that? That was last year.
Or just implemented period of performance.
So then we just did period of performance this year. So then from that, this is going to reflect the, well, we had a whole budget set aside for post-secondary education to start off. Now to end, we ended 24 with that. Quarter one, we'll take a deeper dive into that one, and get back to you. But beginning of the year, and it's just, there's not a whole lot of payments that happen. It's all obligations. And so so when we look at the amount of funds that are obligated that first quarter, it's pretty high. And then it starts to be paid off.
Mr. McCune, this is Karen. I'm wondering, this is helpful for us to see what was expended, but there seems to be a lot of reference to what was obligated versus what was expended. Would it be, it seems, it would help me, I think, better in understanding the budget, if we could also see what was obligated versus, or in addition to what was expended, because maybe there were more services, obviously, that were issued, or the service authorizations that were issued, as to what was actually, I don't know if the right terminology was billed or paid, but what I remember from last year, though, is you guys changed how you allotted the budget. It went from a counselor level to a manager level. And it was harder for staff, that change made it harder from what CAP saw in getting services provided because of that change in management of the budget in that manner. But for me, I think it would be helpful if I could see the obligations instead of referencing that they might have been higher to what was expended. But I don't know if anybody else on the council feels the same way, but I think that'd be helpful to better understand what was issued to provide versus what ended up being expended.
Okay, and that would be in essence adding up what was quarter four expended and then what was quarter four encumbered. So with 64 million encumbered, still in quarter four, with the 42 million that was expended during quarter four, was almost
Karen's question too, but Karen's question is, I'm gonna try to put it to layman's terms. You write a check and then you cash the check, right? Service authorized, service performed, invoiced, and paid, right? So I think Karen, what Karen was asking for is what checks were written, not necessarily, not necessarily cash.
Which is,
Your obligated category.
Yeah.
Right in that your obligated category.
Yeah, it's a bit of, what was, and I'm not sure if that's how you would pull it together, not feasible, but basically, you almost go back in time and pretend you're doing this report in, I'm gonna get my month wrong, aren't I? November of 2023, and you're looking to Q1 of, fiscal year, and you're kind of going, okay, I'm going to sort of see what checks were written and cashed, hence expended, and what checks were written but not cashed, obligated. So it's like retroactive looking into past obligations that since have become expenditures in the later quarter.
Obligated, I think what their understanding is planned. Obligated is what's planned on the IEP, what that's expected to be versus what's actually spent. Is that what you're saying, Karen, more or less?
Well,
I mean, basically, I think what we're all talking about just from different angles is, where there's artificial suppression of demand.
You see, obligated is kind of artificial. You may or may not spend all of that. It may be
Right.
planned, but it may not be spent.
right,
But what actually, the students in school, the surgery's been performed, but the hospital hadn't billed because the insurance hadn't paid. We don't know what we still owe, but we still have to pay that amount. That's obligated. It gets kind of it's real spider webby.
That's a good description. So I have an additional question for this slide that we have up, because the last two columns that does show the amount that is obligated to date with a negative balance. And so, are you worried about that negative balance? Or is that something that statistically because of what Linda just said, that there are things that get obligated that don't get paid or don't sort out? Where are we at with the negative balance?
Yeah, what that means is, back to that, what Clint was talking about, that's what we call a make rate. And so 78% of that will be liquidated, and then that 30% will not. So roughly about from that 64 million that's currently encumbered, 20 million of it is anticipated to be released.
Okay.
They should be able
I didn't hear that, what was that?
We should be okay.
Melinda, really quick comment. Scott, I defer to you, but is Q4 higher because we did period of performance, we paid tuition at a higher rate because we didn't prorate it for the next quarter, the next fiscal year?
And that too.
right, that's what I was gonna share. I wanted to just share with Mr. McCune that I thought with you guys paying more in the post-secondary education was a change in policy to pay this, state rate that's not covered by Pell Grants. That you guys ended up being, paying more toward tuition as a result of that.
Yep. But a lot of variables.
Okay, but that question remains is, what happened in Q1 of last year? Normal behavior, just normal seasonality, or was there some conscious or unconscious, artificial or non-artificial, take your pick, I don't think it matters, change in behavior for how folks were serviced or not, and is there learning for 25 and 26? How do we avoid that?
Okay.
I think that was my takeaway from the chart. How much of this is normal seasonality and how much of it was not normal?
And we can go back and easily put in the parameters for past SFYs and see what the quarter one data shows us. Oh, let's see here. We are at, all right, looking at, for this slide.
Yeah, plenty of that.
Okay. Got plenty of time. Good. This slide, we are looking at SFY 25, the Client Services Distribution Plan. The total amount for distribution we have right now is 146 million. That's as of October 25th. And as of that date, the VR division has expended almost 8 million compared to almost 19 million the same year. It is lower, however. Remember, we were leveraging services that we procured, obligated last fiscal year. That's 17.5 million that's being used for services for customers now. We just extended the end dates. And so 17.5 million is being used to provide services to customers. So even though what we've expended is lower compared to last year.
Scott, how are you defining total amount for distribution?
Total amount for distribution is what's been loaded into the case management system that staff have access to be able to obligate funds to get services.
Does it have some sort of a profile by month, by quarter, or is it some sort of expense?
It's your checking account.
Okay.
And the case management system has 146 million in it.
I wish my chicken had done this. Okay. Can you go back 2 pages? More. The 24 actual, expenditures. There you go. Either one of those. So that'd be equivalent to the client services line?
Yes. So,
You know where I'm going with this, right?
so in 24, you see the client services line with a budget of 214 million. Remember, we started the year with 156 million, grew to 167, grew again, to ultimately it landed at 214. The agency overbased, adding funds in to get us to be able to encumber, to fulfill the demand, that we landed then at the 230 million obligated, which exceeded the budget that was in the system. But even though the system reflected the 230, and those dollars are accounted for there, and then it's reconciling those upper service authorizations, paying out, and then showing in the very last slide that you'll see that 229, this is a snapshot as of the end of August. And in a couple of months, it's already gone down by 8 million.
Yeah. But boy, was it painful this year.
It was a challenge, but we had to be able to obligate 230 million. That's the highest the agency's ever had available to provide value-added services to customers.
And, let's proceed with the rest of the material. But the big question that I personally have is how do we avoid 25 to be as painful for everybody as 24 was? Because if you look at that number right now, 146 million versus 152, 154, that was where we started at this point last year. We seem to be on track to repeat the same. We'll ultimately get there, right? But man, is it gonna suck.
But then understand too that, yes, we started with a smaller amount compared to last year, but then we didn't have to obligate 17.5 million because we're leveraging old funds to be able to provide that service now. So it's almost as if we've gotten 163 million.
Oh, fair, but 160 million still pales in comparison to 130 million that we will probably end up with, if not more, spending ultimately just in.
And following and then following like obligations, I mean, we've got already 30.3 million or 20.8% of the client service budget already obligated right now. And that's between VR Basic, pre-X, and so getting the dollars out to, based on an allocation plan, knowing that perhaps when funds do get tight, there are systems in place to be able to basically request in advance to access those funds that are reserved for March 1st, to secure those now, and to be able to continue with those services, because we've still got over 120 million that's available to be used. And then with that,
Do you have anything else in 25? Like any more material in 25?
sort of.
Okay. It's a legit. Well, right there, like we are pretending we are expecting to spend 230 million.
Yes.
That was the full number of opinion.
So in safest, what we're looking at here is our client service expenditure projections, with the headers being a state fiscal year 24, 25, 26, 27, and then looking at the areas of projected total participants served, which in 24 we served 69,347. Projected, if we continue at this pace, to serve almost 74,000 by 25, 76,400 by 26, and almost 80,000 by 27 if we continue our trajectory with the number of individuals that are seeking services.
And if not more, because there's more and more folks moving to Texas, and we're being even better and better at advertising ourselves. This is still the world's most hidden secret, but less secret. So I think blow through those numbers.
Well, outreach has definitely been very effective. And still our number one reason for referral is word of mouth. And so just friends and family, which looking at our client satisfaction results, the promoter score, how likely are you to refer VR to friends and family? That's in the mid-80s.
Almost 90%.
Almost 90%. So the word's getting out, and particularly in post-secondary education and training, as individuals are, again, that's our fastest growing service. Also, we're looking at projected average service cost per participant served, and this is a little bit different than the average cost PERS that we usually report on LBB. This is just looking at expenditures and rehab works compared to the number of participants. So it's just really a ratio of what services have been expended versus those that have received the services. So it's a little bit different. So I call this one average service cost per participant, but you might see the average cost per participant like what we have for our LBB measure.
And the difference is basically this does not include salaries, overheads, travel.
This is just fine.
This
This
is
is just client services. And in 24, we're looking at that being around a little over 3,000, jumping up a little bit into 25 at 3,142. And then in the 26, 3,233 to ultimately by 27, 3,329. And that's accounting for inflation, increase in participants, all that. And so with those anticipated average service costs increasing, we're looking at a projected client service expenditure. This is in our accounting system that we will end state fiscal year 24. I'm projecting at about 210 million. Now, right now it's 200, at the end of August, it was 230 million obligated. Thinking 20 million is going to come off of that. And then ultimately when everything settles, we'll be at closer to 209, 210, somewhere around there. But following the projections for 25, based on that growth, we would need 200 and almost 32 million for the program to be able to serve the anticipated 74,000 individuals that we would have a plan of services for. And then in the 26, 247 million we would need, and then in 27, 265 million is what we would need. And so following these forecast models, looking at this, helped us to be able to put up our legislative appropriations request and identifying how much additional GR do we need to be able to meet this growing demand. And so, ooh, that's really tiny. Figure on my screen. Okay, we will talk through this. This PowerPoint is available in the on the SharePoint in the binder, to where you can open this up and take a little bit larger look and zoom into it, because there's a lot of numbers on here. But what we're looking at is a 25-27 LAR, and this chart has in the headers is looking at state fiscal year 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. It looks at the total available in revenue available, looking at the expenses for each one of those years, and then seeing what the ending balance is for each of those state fiscal years, going from 23 to 27. And so in state fiscal year 23, we had historically been expending roughly, it used to be about between a $300 and $400 million program. And so you can see that in reference point row 12 and state fiscal year 23 column. And so when you look at the total expenses during state fiscal year 23, it was almost 400 million. Prior years, it was in the threes. And it wasn't until basically state fiscal year 23 is when we started to see that ramp up exponential growth in customers in addition to expenditures.
Apologies. How do I tie this to the prior page? So, 2 pages prior, where it was 162 million. How does it tie to this?
Okay.
I'm just looking for the thread between them.
Okay, so what that then identified is that in 25, if we know that we need to expend roughly about 230 million, we're going to need additional grant funds to be able to pull down additional GR to be able to get the total revenue for the program to be able to meet that need.
No, that I got. So if you go 2 pages back, let's go 2 pages back. Total amount for distribution, 146 million. Where is, in which line is it contained on Next page.
That will be on line reference 11, row 225. So for us to be able, when we put in
So within a
the
230 million.
230,
What is the delta? So 146 versus 230. This is LAR, this is the budget, this is not projections, this is the budget essentially, right?
this is, but it helped us to form what we need to request in an LAR. So knowing that we need the 230, which is reference 11, we're gonna need a supplemental request of 30.8 million to be able to draw down the 114 million.
So that's how you make up the gap from 146 to 230.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's on line 5, the 30.8 million?
Yeah. Yeah. That's the federal supplemental to get additional RSA money. Yeah.
So with that supplemental and the additional federal dollars it is able to draw down, that then gets the total revenue for the VR program into 25 at 5, that's reference row 7, column 2, 2025, 568.8 million. And so those are the total revenues that the agency would have. Now looking at, then what are your expenses? And so we've got our salaries and employment benefits that are gonna be about 178 million, travel and everything else about 76 million. And then that client services budget, that's where the 230 million is tacked into there to get your total expenses 484 million. And so revenue and then your expenses leaves an ending balance of 84.4 million. Well, we also had to set aside 20 million because of the gap between the state fiscal year and that federal year. There's that 1 month that we need to have funds set aside for us to be able to pay. But then we add it back into the ending balance because it's being used the following year. So that's where reference 13, column 2025, how that 84 million increases to the 104.4 million. But that's adding that 20 million back into it. So you have a beginning balance of 26 of using that 104.4 million to add it into your revenues for that year, where we have an exceptional item that's been presented of requesting 33.7 million to draw down 124.5 million in 26. And so then that increases our revenue on row 7, column 2026, to get us up to 573.8 million. Now the expenditures, looking at client services, here's where we identify the 260 million that we would have. Now, the last slide had a projection of 247 million. Well, what are we anticipating for additional costs? Rate increases we've been talking about. So we need to we have to put that into the calculations and then anticipate client services increasing if we're going to increase our rates to providers. And so 260 million is what we were going to project for that. And so looking at total expenses to be 523.4 million. And so that's with an ending balance of 50.4 million. But since we set aside 21 million for that year for services in September, because the federal year doesn't start till October 1st, we add that 21 million to that 50 to get an ending balance in 26 of 71.4 million, which is then what we use as the beginning balance into 27. And putting in what we need is a supplemental exceptional item of the 36.7 to draw down on row 6 as the additional federal funds, about 135.6 million, to get total available revenue for the VR program at 553.8 million. Now, for client service expenditures, here we're projecting about 284 million. So that leaves total expenses at 540 million. And so an ending balance of 14 million, add that 22 million back into it. So we end 27 with an ending balance of 35.8 million. So if you see the trend, ending 25 with 104 million, 26, 71 million, 27, 35.8 million. It's at a decreasing amount that we're carrying forward into the next year. And so if we continue to burn at that rate, we may not have, we don't know what it's gonna look like for, hopefully the federal grant will keep up with growth, inflation, and that the grant grows to where we can be able to request additional funds. But what we are requesting in our LAR, and these numbers for the supplemental and the two exceptional items we discussed, the 30.8 as the supplemental, the 33.7 and the 36.7 exceptional items, that is to fully draw down the federal award, that putting everything into it to maximize every dollar available for Texas.
So is that, so to speak, carryover balance? The line 14 in 2025?
That would be the ending balance that we would get carried forward into 26. Now, let's go back and look at that 24. On row 11, we got 221 million right now that's obligated. And so let's say for some reason, we don't have that 70% make rate, and in fact, all 221 make, we're still gonna have 112 million that's gonna be the beginning balance. But if that 221 becomes that 209, and I'm thinking it's gonna be, that's gonna be additional funds that the ending balance will actually increase in 24, which would then increase the beginning balance for this 25, and that's just additional funds that we would be able to use during this year.
So how do we actually end up with a carryover? Like, why are we end up with an ending balance? What's the dynamic there? Why does line 14 even exist?
Why does line 14 exist? And that it's kind of something that's happened before in the past that you continue to bring forward. This is a carry forward balance that in 23, we were able to have a balance of 162 million, and we expended it down to have an ending balance of about 97 million. And then in 24, we leveraged that 97 that was unexpended expenditures.
To the tune of 100 million.
Yeah. And so in 24, we started with that 96. And then as you're looking at the revenue that we had during 24 was almost 551 million. Remember, we fully matched the 350 million grant. We had secured the reallotment of 30.4 million. We had a transfer of additional funds to the program. And so the revenue that we have during 24 was 551 million. But the expenses we only had in 24 was 438 million.
Scott, and by the way, the big compliment for taking through an extremely complicated dynamic of the budget, like compliments. I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of questions, but you've done an extremely commendable job of, in a short amount of time, just literally walking through over 4 years of how the budget was done. Compliments. I don't think I could have done that. But now let's unpack this a little bit. So I'm trying to understand the dynamic of 2024, where there is money, right? There's clearly money. We're carrying something over from 23 to 24.
Or do you mean 24 and 25?
Well, from 23 to 24,
Okay.
and now repeating the same dynamic from 24 into 2025, where we have money, but we are not spending it. Right? We are not spending it. Total available in 23 was $495 million. Okay, cool. Total available in 24, $551 million. Total available. Cool. But the way we are structuring the budget is we are not allowing that money to be spent starting on day one. We are holding something to a reasonable ceiling, but when even in the first quarter of that year, we see that we need more, and we clearly need more, we are still holding the quarter down, and, the VR concerts are consciously or unconsciously holding down the services, right? There's just, I just don't understand the dynamic. I get the numbers, right? I just don't understand the dynamic behind it.
Perhaps if we look at it as access to those funds. And so when the federal government makes it available for you to be able to access that award, when they notify you that through your grant award, that there's funding for you to be able to draw down, that only happens a couple of times a year. And so it's kind of when we have access to those funds, isn't here it is, and then it's also strategically placed throughout the year. And even with what we experienced with the reallotment of funds, that we secured that in 24. And we got the 30.4 million, almost exactly the total what we had asked for. But that was for 24, and it happened at the end of the year.
Exactly, and that's the problem. Because what happened at the beginning of the year was extremely painful for the customers, service providers, and VR staff. So how do we not do that this year? How do we start the first quarter right, knowing that the money is there, knowing that it will be available, and we'll definitely spend it. Well, definitely is wrong word. We can always choose not to spend it. That's a choice not to spend it, but we will definitely have opportunity to spend it.
Yeah, and the data showing we are.
Yeah.
It's
Like if the market decides, we will definitely have opportunity to spend it to help a lot of people. We can choose to artificially suppress it. Right? You can choose to, and be wrong choice, in my personal opinion. So you said the perfect word, access. How do we access that money, and how do we make that money available for, the Region 2 folks? And sorry guys, I'm going to put you in the spot just here. But how do we make that access happen? And how do we make that access happen? At the frontline level.
well,
It's a hard question, by the way. If you have an answer, brilliant. It's a tough question. It's not a snap question to answer.
you're right, and I think part of the strategy is back to how we overbase. And it's not artificially inflating the budget, it's putting those funds available that we can then access to put together those service authorizations, counting on that the budget will be increased, just like what we did last year, and seeing it incrementally go up throughout the year, because it's not a full 230 million in your budget for the division for us to expend it against. It's 50, 175, 200, and then by the closer to the end of the year, we could hit that target.
So how do we make that real?
I think there's constraints beyond our control with the way that the way that the feds are allocating. And,
Well, I don't think it's the best. I think
well, if we got the federal award and then we're able to demonstrate the expenditures of our non-federal dollars that we use for match, that has to be expended out the door first before we can even draw down those federal dollars. And we're demonstrating that through payments or expenditures on benefits, through client services, that GR is 5-fold out first, and that's first to go.
This is Melinda.
Mr. McHugh, this is Karen Stanfield. Are you guys advised, that you should be holding some of the budget at the end of the year? Is that part of how the VR budget is supposed to be managed as well? Or no?
It's not that it's held back.
I don't know.
it's following an allocation cycle that's similar to how the feds are having an allocation cycle too. And it's kind of doing something similar to that. Front loading the budget at 50% at the beginning and then supplementing it along the way. That way you get the dollars out there first, encumbrances, and then allowing for the product, because your budget is supplemented two ways. Yes, through an allocation, here's money. But then the other way is you fill it up too with SAs that are closed and releasing funds. And so that will increase your balance. And so you've got funds coming in of two ways, with service authorization cleanups, and then in addition to additional dollars coming in, because you just can't have, here's $50 million, and we just continue to obligate against it. Eventually, it'll all be gone, and then you 100% obligated. What have you done to try and, what we call clean up? That 100 million you just obligated against, because not all of that is statistically going to make it. 70 million of that 100 is going to make it, and then 30 million is going to be released. And we're expecting that 30 million to come in that's then going to allow you to recycle and provide services to customers. And that's what we saw last fiscal year, is we didn't do a very good job with cleaning up our service authorizations. We did great at encumbering. We were quick in getting services connected. We connected customers to services quicker than we ever have. But at the same time, we need to be, looking at our open service authorizations and making sure that those are cleaned up. Because when you've got, like right now, we're looking at 64 million tied up right now in encumbrances. Funds need to be released. Funds need to be paid, and funds are currently already being used with customers right now receiving services. And so each one of those systems needs to be efficient, so that way we aren't. The award has an expiration date, and these funds have a time limited availability of use. And we need to ensure that we're falling within those timeframes to get those funds expended. Because if they're not, fortunately, Texas, we haven't returned any dollars. We've left money on the table that we didn't fully access. We'd be obligated, but we haven't returned anything back to the Treasury. With the exception, Friettes in 2022 as a result of COVID and closing sealing, and we were not able to fully expend Friettes.
If I may jump in here also as well, Tammy Martin, Deputy Division Director for Field Service Delivery with Texas Workforce Commission. In response to your question, Ms. Stanfield, I don't know if I may be misunderstanding your question, but Scott, I'm wondering if maybe you could talk a little bit about that month of September, because the federal fiscal year, which we received the grant, is from October 1st through September 30th, but yet we operate on the state fiscal year, which is September 1st through August 30th. So, Ms. Stanfield, yes, in response to your question of having some funds, we've got to anticipate and plan for the month of September every year between the state fiscal year and federal fiscal year.
Yeah.
And Tammy, we reserve about 20 million for that each year. And so we count that then as revenue for the next state fiscal year, because that's a month that we're using of that 20 million. Because the SFY starts on that 9/1, but we need to reserve that 20 million in the federal to use during that month, because the federal year doesn't start until October 1st.
Yeah, no, I think it's a matter of access and how that, it's a matter of timing. Yeah, there's actually a great question in there. I'll voice.
That fifth quarter business has always been confusing for people.
Yeah, so
We used to call it the fifth quarter, and it's always been one of those confusing things for people.
let's just call it by month, you know, or call it a month of August or a month of February. Yeah, month of September, just keep it simple, that state or federal fiscal quarters.
That's still
Um,
September month.
Yeah, there you go. So if I'm a VR customer, we are in the month of October, soon to be in the month of November. What is communication to me for what is available to me for my customers? What are we actually communicating to the folks in the crowd?
Well, right now, it's the allocation's gone out to the regions have allocated to the management units, and then the management units have allocated to their caseload budgets.
Versus what number? 160 millions for the year, 220 million for the year, 230 million for the year.
Oh, it's the one,
What are they working to?
they're working to the 146.
So they're working to 146, even though realistically, no, it's probably spent closer to
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
100, right?
Yeah, but it's, again, that, we're just now into October, and that, just like what we saw in the previous budget, was got up to 214. This budget as well will continue to increase as we shore up 24 and continue to move funds.
Oh, no, I
to increase the
get
balance.
that. But nobody in this room, except Dan and Ann is actually providing, dealing with customers on the front line. So if I'm on the front line and I'm working to 140, I will act like I only have 140, well, small portion of it. Not, I will have ultimately 200 plus. So we are artificially suppressing, just like we did here.
But it's just not all available yet. The thing is 50% has already been allocated out. There's no way that in 2 months you're gonna get through all that. And so based on, we've only encumbered 30.5 billion, there's still over 112 million that's still available.
So if I'm a customer, and I will go to my counselor, my counselor will not tell me, we're tight on the money, wait until next quarter.
The money's there. I don't know why they would be saying that.
That answers your question. If I right now call 100 VR customers and say, you go to your counselor, what they will tell you? How many do you think will tell me? My counselor told me we're out of money. Wait until the next month, until the next quarter.
Well, we need to look at how the funds are being distributed down from regional to management into the caseload, because the money's out there. There isn't, available balance is there.
And this is Melinda. The other thing that changed too is it is at the caseload level now too this year, right? It's got that changed this year, so they have to rent access in their own versus the management unit budget.
Correct. And this was one of the problems we tried to solve with moving into the management unit, was that everyone having access to it, so you aren't waiting for the funds to get to your caseload. And there were unintended consequences with that, but went back to the caseload budget. But the funds.
I get it. There's just something breaking down. Okay. So there was anonymous, for the right reasons, comment from the public given on today's session. On the provider side, we've been told the money is super tight. So that whatever's out there in the field, folks are, whether they were told to, whether they are taking initiative, they are working to the $140 million annual budget, not to what we think will end up in. So how do we break through that vicious cycle? How do we communicate that, yeah, we actually will end up in the 210, 230, I don't know, somewhere there, and it's okay. So that's what we should be ramping up to, instead of trying to hold down, at least for the month of October, month of November, month of December, month of January, to that lower mark, and treating the customers that way instead of ramp up now, you know it will come, you will get that 200+ million, to 20, to 30, to 10, I don't know, right? We don't know where it'll end up, but it's gonna be somewhere there, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Right, so start working like that instead of the same dynamic we saw a year ago, the same dynamic that we're seeing now.
No.
And guys, this is not blaming anybody, this is not assigning fault, this is not saying, there's just something that's not working. We clearly saw it being very painful last year, and it's happening again this year. Right, those first 3 to 6 months of the year, right? It's that dynamic. So thoughts? I mean, open discussion.
Well, one just to say that, you know, what you mentioned about the money will be there, just understand that on September 26th, TWC had its joint budget hearing, and that's where we were able to present and testify our LAR. And so it's a request that's been made. The supplemental and exceptional items that we reviewed is in our LAR. Now it needs to go through the process to see if that is what ultimately is going to be available.
Yeah, but that approval takes place in March.
Well, session starts in January.
When will that approval typically take place? What month of the year?
Yeah, it could.
So the latest is May, the earliest is
I would say that March
yeah,
time.
somewhere there. So somewhere between March and May, that supplemental request is approved. We all get very happy. Life becomes a little bit more easier again. But from October through at least March or May, life is extremely hard. And folks are being affected. Like customers are being affected. Providers are being affected. And that's an issue. So how do we break through it? Especially if you have a very high confidence that it will come.
This is Melinda. Sorry, I'll speak up. So part of it is messaging. You're absolutely right. So what's the message? We share those numbers and so forth, and Dan and Daniel, you obviously share that with your staff as well. But the reality is when they're with their customers, having conversations about good decision making too, right? So there's this make rate of things that happen. Sometimes we obligate things that really maybe aren't going to happen anytime soon. So are we helping our customers really navigate the services that they need to access? Are we also utilizing comparable benefits in the communities? So I think there's messaging that we need to be very strong about and supportive of our counselors and their ability to help their customers make good decisions in the career employment process driven. So it's an ongoing conversation. I think that definitely needs to happen to help navigate this world of we have money, we don't have money, we have money, we don't have money, because applications that God has given now are just the first. They'll have more with the next cycle that money goes into the caseload budget.
Well, that happens at the end of the quarter too. However, even when funds do get low, there's a budget adjustment request process to be able to ask for more money because it's there.
So regions can do that. They can ask for additional funds.
How often do they ask?
Region 2.
So this is Daniel, Deputy Regional Director in Region 2, DFW Texoma. You know, it's more so when we get towards the end of the year, we submit those bars to fund through the last part of the year. I mean, we haven't had to at this point. We still have. You know, it happens. We do those quite often towards the end of the year and throughout the year, depending on where we're at.
Yeah, it's just odd that it's the beginning of this year and the funds just went out September 1. And there's still a substantial balance available.
And the consistent messaging that we've had for the last few years when budget was tight, even last year, is that, you know, we want the counselors and the staff that are, you know, that front customer facing, focus on the customer and the services they need. Let us as leadership worry about the money. What I think and that will continue to be the messaging along with good decision making, because and good practices. So not over obligating what you really don't think that customer needs or what you need, or so those, that's the consistent message that we've had for the last couple of years. I think the thing that's assisting now, though, in regard to the caseload budget, is I now, as a counselor, can see what I have. And there are reports available to help me project based on the caseload that I have. And so, I have those tools. I have access to those tools to help me as a counselor. I can see the number. I can see the number. I can see the reports. I can see my caseload that helps me project out how much this is going to cost based on my caseload I have right in front of me. And so I can anticipate when I might need to go now to my supervisor or my manager, to the DRD, to ask for those budget requests versus where they didn't necessarily see the number. It was a little more difficult for them to guesstimate that. Yes, there's still reports that they can run, but it would be like us having a bank account and not knowing the number. And if we could pay our bills and then needing to, so it was, I'm not saying it was a bad thing, but it's just different. It's just different. They now have that number in front of them. And I think that will help them not only with the access, because it is right in front of them, but with those projections a little more precisely to work with their management ahead of time, more ahead of time when they need that. Would you think that's fair, Daniel? And
Yeah.
But is that still based on the run rate to 140 or the run rate to 230? What do you guys think?
well, for them, it's based on what's right in front of them.
No, I get it. But if I add it up across every single counselor in the state, is it a run rate to 140 or a run rate to 230?
This is Melinda. I would hope that they're not looking at that large. I would hope that they're serving the person in front of them. That is really.
So do I.
I agree. So I think that that's why we can't say that counselors know that larger number, because we want them to see the number in front of them. And to the point earlier, additional funds can be requested. And I know that's been shared with managers, because we've heard them ask for those additional funds when needed. But it still goes back to them saying those good decisions and having that conversation. And to Jamie's point earlier, trying to help them not be money focused. They're counselors. Mm-hmm. And we want them to get back to the job of being a counselor and serving the people in front of them. And that's not an easy thing when we went through something like COVID, where we had all of these additional funds. We had to give some back because of SEAL. We couldn't run that program. We've had some different spending habits. And so really going back to the staff and saying, this is your job as a counselor. You are not just a service provider. You're a counselor helping people reach their end employment goal. And that's the job that I did as a counselor for years, and many of you in the room, certainly, and the people that you serve. And so I think that's what we want to get the message, and that's the message we need to work on with our staff.
Agreed. Let's come back to the message. Let's come back to the message to the final folks in a second. But just blunt question, us a division, right? Us a division leadership. That's regional leadership. Are we managing to the run rate of 140, or are we managing to the run rate of 230? Just a blunt question.
We're managing to what the projections tell us to manage to.
230. So as a division, we're managing to run a review to 230. Right? And Jamie, did I understand that correctly?
We're making data-driven decisions. Based on the projections, based on, like what Scott said, right? We're always looking at the data. We're looking at the projections. We're looking at what's in the pipelines. That's what we're managing to, because we have to, right? We've got customers in the system that require these services, and this is how much it's going to cost. And so that's what we're managing to.
So we're managing to 230?
Well,
210?
let me break it down. So 230 is where we ultimately project to end. The thing is we've got 146 million loaded into the case management system. So even if half of that, it's hundred and fifteen to get us to February. And so it's kind of to take it into bite-sized chunks until our future kind of comes into clarity, because I don't want to make any assumptions that the supplemental and the exceptional items are all going to be approved. So right now, we've got sufficient funds in rehab works to be able to carry us to at least mid-year. And so that's kind of what's been loaded and what we're managing to kind of maybe even do it by quarter.
Managing.
So we're managing to 140 a quarter at a time. And then next quarter.
I would say so, because once, if
So we're
something,
managing to 140.
if anything changes and that future becomes a little bit more clear, then we'll have the data to then support what decisions we need to make, because the 230 came to fruition or it didn't, and where we need to proceed from here.
So now we're managing to 140.
That is sufficient within the time frame.
Yeah, the month,
That's what the data
the
says
month
right
and
now.
time, no, the data says 230. Projection says 230. But we only have 146, so we're managing to 146 divided by 12. No, I'm just, guys, I'm just going back what I'm here.
No, it's not 146 divided by 12, it's 146 has been divided up by 12 with the allocation schedule.
That's up right now.
But what that's gonna do is, we still have access to that, but the internal controls behind that's gonna be, you're gonna need to put in a request for, because what that's gonna tell us is, one, what's your need, where's your need, why is your need, what's your open service authorizations look like? I mean, it's a deeper dive into seeing that, you're requesting $2 million, but you've got 5 million still in your open SAs. You need to clean this up first before you get the full. It's just having that conversation with why that additional budget request is needed. And so that's why we put in that internal control to have that approval process, a little bit of monitoring and oversight, instead of the funds being completely, as Cheryl would say, the wild, wild west, and just everyone using it without level of accountability.
But guys, based on everything I'm hearing, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, and I want to not put your fingers in it. We are managing to 146. That's what it sounds like. And whenever there's more clarity that there will be, some sort of positive actions fundamental, then we'll start managing to that. And that's what it sounds like.
Correct.
Is that not an
146
accurate?
is out there right now.
Yes, and
So
that
we're managing to
146,
a year, per year, in a year.
No,
because it will be
right,
used up
right now.
based on an obligation rate at a certain point in time. I mean, if we should be at close to 115 million by February, it leaves about 30 million left to get you to the 146. We've already obligated 30.5 million in just 2 months. That might be just 2 months worth of.
So you're projecting to 115 by February. That's what I'm managing to. So starting in September, October, November, December, January. So 6 months, 115. So we are managing to 230 for the year. Smartly. Right?
I guess it does seem that way when you put it that way.
Well, I'm a reasonably simple man. Sometimes. So 115 through the end of January. That is what we're managing to as a division. Not in council level, not in level, as a division. So then we are managing to 30.
Yes.
So that's fantastic, guys. This is excellent. This is brilliant, right? We are managing to the needs of the client. This is fantastic, right?
Again, decision-making, conversations, serving the customers, that is the key, and that's the message that
Well,
we need.
at leadership level, we are looking over the whole, right? And now I want to get back down to how do we manage the counselors. So there is this. I mean, people are very good at picking up on signs, and people are, by their nature, they will lean towards the most negative interpretation they can get. So when, I'm not sure if a frontline counselor sees the budget and sees the number loaded in 546 for client services or not. I don't know, right? Some people do read budgets. I don't know if there's any kind of message comes across, but are the folks at the front line in the position that they're not even looking? They just have to be very sharp with closing things that need to be closed, 100% agree. But is there any miscommunication? Is there any corruption of information flow? Is there anything happening that would not make our VR counselors comfortable that we are truly managing as a division to that projection and not some lower number, and there's pushback on services, whether conscious or more dangerously. If it's conscious, you can change the behavior easily, right? But if it's subconscious, if we actually taught folks to do something which is negative subconsciously, that's even more dangerous. So is there a danger of that? Because, you know, you guys know Romantic. We watch out for the stakeholders. And our stakeholders are customers, employers, service providers, VR counselors, right? That's all our stakeholders. And what we are hearing is it's the same budget is tight, budget is tight, budget is tight. Delay, reprioritize, you know, kind of starting a little bit of order selection here. You know, not approving things. That is what we're hearing. So that's why, to me, I poke at two things. As a division, what we're managing to, and it's fantastic to hear that we are truly managing to the needs of the clients, at least for the first 6 months of the year. Fantastic. I mean, absolutely fantastic. But now the second question is, do the VR counselors see it the same way or not? And if not, what can we do to convince them?
This is Melinda. That is a tough thing to say, because I'm gonna defer to you guys in a sec, so just put me on notice.
Sure.
But I think the message that leadership has sent is that serve your customers to the needs that they have through good counseling and guidance, through comparable benefits. Don't delay services to individuals. I think we are also asking our counselors to be budget managers, and that is not something, we have a lot of new staff, you all know that. And they don't learn budget management in their degree programs. And so there is education, and the Scott's team is doing a fabulous job of offering, you know, training to staff on a regular basis on how to really navigate and clean up their service authorizations, that make rate, right? So I've obligated something, but did it really happen? Or did that not happen for a particular reason? Then I free up funds. Because what happens, to Scott's question or comment earlier, was someone's asking for $2 million for a particular thing for the region, but they've got $5 million sitting over here and obligated that are like projected out for a year. Well, that's not really good case management. That's not budget management. So there's a budget management piece that has to come with also helping counselors understand decision-making, not just we're here to hit. They're counselors. They're not just handing out service authorization. Mm-hmm. So those are, I think, personally, conversations. I don't think leadership has told them to hold back, to do their own, like, you know, selection of who they serve, who they don't serve. That is not a message that's come from leadership. But I will now defer to the experts in the field. Throw it to you, Daniel.
If you're not comfortable with that, please. Like, I don't want to push up.
No, I don't think I am.
No.
Yeah.
This is Daniel again, and you want to answer that, or you want me to? I mean, no, there's not been any messaging that we've received that would say that at all. I mean, there's not. You know, so if we need that bar, we submit it. We haven't had to at this point. We have not in Region 2. We have available funding, and that's the message that we had on Monday with our VR managers in our weekly call. Is, hey, you know, it's at the caseload level, and if you see, you may need to move that internally in your management unit to, if one caseload budget is higher than another one and they're not expending as much, move that around internally to make those needs to be met for that customer, and not delay anything. I mean, that message has not been delivered at all. Not one time. In this year or last year or any year for that matter, honestly.
Well, this is, I wanted to know, sometimes you've got expenditures that are, more than the average type of cost of service, like maybe a surgery or a vehicle modification. When you disperse the money to the counselor, are the managers keeping I don't know, I'm just gonna call it like a little pot of money for those higher expenditure items to help offset that for a counselor? Or maybe even at the state level, is there some sort of a pot for those higher expenditure services to be pulled from, instead of telling every counselor, I'm just gonna throw a figure out, you all have $50,000 for this quarter, and if you get a vehicle mod, you gotta suck it up and do it with that budget. We have nothing more to give you. That's the way it is. Can you explain to us, how is it that you manage with the counselors to cover those higher expenditures?
We don't manage the budget by services. The only special budget we have is for vehicle mods that has funds available for that to ensure that, those are processed in a timely manner. All other services are procured through the counselor budget. I know they call it contingency funds. We used to call it budget busters. Where those unanticipated expenditures are gonna come up. The physical restoration, prosthetic devices, that can just wipe your budget out because it's so high dollar. But that's where some management units do hold back a little bit for contingency. And same for the, some regions do and some don't. Does Region 2, do you hold a contingency at the regional level or? Yeah.
No.
It's all a cost level.
Yes, sir.
So if somebody has a high ticket item, so to speak, budget buster, how do they manage that?
It would be if there was, if that money was, again, this is Daniel in Region 2, if there was not money in that unit, they would come to me and we would seek a part.
Force trade or allocate from counselor A to counselor B, or from one up.
Or even if it's a high expense, like a $100,000 vehicle mod or something along those lines, we would submit a bar to draw down funds or earlier than what we would normally give them.
So the pressure is on the counselors. It's not on them to kind of try to manage the, like budget buster. They have.
Not that type of expenditure, not an unforeseen $100,000 vehicle mod, not to that level, no.
That's why our consistent message, we want you to focus on the customer's needs in front of you. And yes, manage your budget in the sense of make good decisions, like Melinda's. That's how we're asking all the way to the frontline staff to manage their budget, is make good decisions. And follow policy and process. Make good decisions and follow policy and process. Anything above that is really what leadership should be working on. That's our job to manage that. That's really the bottom line message to our frontline staff, is focus on the customer in front of you and their specific needs. Manage your budget well by making good decisions. Let us worry about 146 million versus 230 million versus whatever the numbers are. So that's really the bottom line message that there is no, it's a balance too, because it's also not a secret that our projections show we're serving more customers than ever, providing more services than ever. The cost per is higher. We're serving more students than ever we're sending more folks to post-secondary than ever. That's also not a secret. So our entire staff knows that. And so I'm sure that is in their minds as they think about the budget that's in front of them. But the message is serve the customer in front of you. Let us worry about the rest.
How do we track and make sure that the message is landing correctly?
What do you say, 7 ways, 7 different times? But I think these days it's more like 70.
We could run data, and because we provided to the regions a utilization rate for each caseload and their mix of what their contribution was in using the budget. And that was to help with their allocations, to know that caseload A 1.2% of the budget you expend every year. So 1.2% of this allocation, is to get you through for this quarter, and then run the calculations again. So I think an indicator would be, of the 706 caseloads we have, looking at all those budgets, could be some red flags if you see zero balances. Not insufficient, low balances, I should say.
In some sense, it's a battle for hearts and minds. How do you actually know that, what you said is brilliant, right? But how do you actually know that it's landing?
And it's also, I think, at the middle management level, we've got to do a good job of being consistent about our messaging and managing, helping our counselors manage that, right? They're the management that's boots on the ground, helping the counselors immediately make those good decisions and talking through services. And so it's also, the message, they're also an important piece of the messaging. And the need for us to be consistent across the state at that mid-management level.
Well, this is Karen, and I just want to add one other thing. When we're talking about, asking the counselor to manage their budget and plan their budget, it will affect a counselor's ability to do that if the manager takes some of that budget away in the middle of a quarter. So just keep that in mind, that's a factor for a counselor who's trying to manage their budget as well.
Yep.
Okay, and of course, 26, 27, Scott, once again, thank you for a great walk to how that's put together. And let's be cognizant, right? The 26, 27, it is what it is. There's some levers for supplemental and so on. If you don't do a good job in 25, 26, 27, and that's interesting, right? But also 28 and 29, when it's going to come time for the next budget request, and the review works on what you spent before, not necessarily what you need. If you don't do a good job in 25, we are just going to prolong the cycle of, I had a boss back in the day, had the expression cycle of suck. We're going to extend the cycle of suck into 28, 29, right? And then 30, 31, and so on. So we need to break this, we need to do something in 25. So 26, 27 we'll manage to, but at least 28, 29 the cycle of second broken. Guys, super important topic. Does anybody from the council have any questions for Scott, for Jamie, for Tammy, Melinda, anybody else on this, or for Ann and Daniel on their perspective? Once again, guys, thank you. It's a very difficult topic. Thank you for handling it with a good sense of attention. Really appreciate it. Let's follow up on this, quarter from now, kind of see how we're progressing. Really appreciate it. It's 1:40. Let's take a 10-minute break. And then let's rejoin and start with Jamie, a quick update on the PCG rate study implementation.
And it will be quick based on everything that you said.
I know. We can do it before. I think we've seen a bit of a.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
10 minutes, so 1:50.
That's what's powerful. Where you're live.
Did I hear my name?
You get fresh fruit today. Darn.
All right.
Was
That's
my name used in vain?
No, it's only a good thing. We miss you.
I miss you guys.
We have very unhealthy snacks here and pizza too.
But it's Halloween, so that's perfect. Thank
Are you
you.
saying this?
What?
You're saying this custom?
I'm saying we're allowed to have that snack.
Only if you have a custom.
Well, I'm always black, but,
Sure.
and I wear black and orange.
That also
She's like a
counts.
pumpkin.
There you go. All right, guys, let's get back to it. Just a reminder, if you want to make a public comment, please, sign up before 4 o'clock today. Jamie,
Yes.
talk to us about the provider rate study and how we are, planning to implement it.
So, piggybacking off of the conversation that we just had, as you all could probably imagine, our initial plan to implement that first 25% of rates in 25 is not shaping up to be the most responsible decision, because while we have a supplemental request out for state fiscal year 25, it's going to be a while before we know if that supplemental request is granted. Not only that, the feds are still deciding how they're going to, the growth on the federal grant. So are they going to flat fund it again, or are they going to increase it? So based on the fact that we really don't know where we're going to land federally or at the state level, we have decided that it's more fiscally responsible to postpone that first 25% of implementation to state fiscal year 26. And so we've got two plans on the table, and it will be, of course, dependent on the items that are considered and approved at the legislative level, and also based on our grant growth, our federal grant growth. But the two plans are, we do a 3-year phase-in as it is right now. We just start in 26 instead of in 27. Instead of in 25. So it'd be 25% of those rates would be implemented in 26, 50% in 27, and then the last 25 in 20. Where does that put us at? 28. Or if our if based on the data we can afford it, and sustain it. It's not just about the initial increase. It's all about it's also about the sustainability. So once you increase, you then have to project to those rates. So it's about the initial increase and the sustainability throughout. But if the budget allows, the other option is to do 50% and 50%, and then we would still end the phase-in at the same time we would have if we would have implemented the first 25% in fiscal year 25. So those are the two options that we're looking at now.
So it's essentially pushing back by 3/4.
Pushing back by 3/4.
And put 9 month kind of implementation.
You mean between now and September?
What was our plan? So we were planning to start
January.
and now.
Yeah.
September.
Yes.
September
Yes.
2020.
Yes. Yeah.
So, kind of
Yeah.
essentially not.
And that's the implementation of that's the actual implementation of the rates. The other part of that, though, is we're continuing to work with BCG through their contract to create to shore up the implementation plan, work on the communication plan, presentation materials for all the different stakeholders, so that I call it the rate implementation go bag. So when we do we do know what plan we'll be moving forward with, and when we have the plan ready, we have the documents ready, the presentations ready, who we need to communicate with and in what order, because part of this process will be the commission approval. So so there's a lot of work that has to go on before rate increases can actually show up, if you will. But we are working on, order of operation of things, communication plan, so on and so forth, so that when we do know when the budget will allow this to occur, we have it all ready to go. Because the study's been done, we know what the rates are. We're just kind of, it's gotta be fiscally responsible about it.
Any fear that the longer we push back, the higher we have to push the rate back?
For sure, because part of the rate study was teaching us how to also then do this moving forward on our own using the methodology. And part of that methodology is accounting for it. But what we are doing is we're working with the PCG, the vendor. They help us create a tool that accounts for the entire methodology, no matter what year we do what rate. So we can we're gonna increase this rate in this year. So with all the methodology, including and adding in inflation, what does that look like? So we've created a tool that allows us to be flexible depending on what our budget will allow. Oh, I don't, there's not a, no, it was just a quick update.
Okay. I have a couple of questions, and I think you already answered them, Jamie. And this is Noreen. So just to clarify the start date, I heard you say 2026. So you're talking about January 2026 or fiscal year?
No, fiscal year, I'm sorry.
Okay, state fiscal year 2026. Okay.
So new rule, for the remainder of.
Yeah, say the type of
We
year.
will actually use calendar month for today and tomorrow to prevent confusion.
Yes, so September, which is state fiscal year 26. Because by then we will, well, prior to that, but we will have known what's occurred at the legislative session.
Yeah, both state and federal.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So September of 2025.
Yes.
Which corresponds to.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
Yeah, I'm seriously.
Yeah.
We will use calendar month. So September of 2025, which happens to
State fiscal year.
essentially a year.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, good one. And then the other part is the percentages of which the rollout will occur. Are you looking at across the board? I'm thinking from your answer is you're looking at specific services that you will then target 25% of those services, and that's where you'll roll out those first,
Yes.
as opposed to doing that 25% across the board.
No, it's the rates that were analyzed during the study. So the
Right.
113 rates that were analyzed during the study, those are the ones that when we're talking about this specific plan, we're talking about those.
Okay, but there was a 25% in 26, 50% in 27, and 25% in 28.
Mm-hmm.
You'll look at services, 25% of the services will receive an increase in 1 year, and then 50% in the next year.
Yes. Until we've got all of the 113 where the recommended rate for that year is.
All right. Good then. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get another update, even if it's a quick one. And at some point, we might want to just refresh.
Sure.
What is that cadence of which types of services and how much by when, that cadence that you have? We might just want to take a look at it again.
For sure. And when
Refresh our memories,
when we
maybe.
conclude the communication plan and the implementation plan, kind of the rollout, I think it'd be good for me to share that with you all and get your feedback too.
Absolutely.
And then you can, because part of that is our different stakeholders, providers, staff. It's not just, one particular audience. So it would be good for you all to see a draft of that so you could give feedback from your perspective too. Are we missing someone? Are we missing a message? Are we not connecting a dot? So maybe then we could refresh on not just stopping at what the rates are, but then this is how it would look beyond the 25, 50, 25%.
If ever, we'll take a look at it. If not, then May, kind of depending on how the year progresses.
Yes, for sure.
Welcome. Any other questions for Jamie? Let's move on. VR division report, which I believe you guys are taking as a trio. So whoever is kicking up.
Yep. Tammy's gonna kick us off. Maybe.
Good afternoon. And do we have the PowerPoint so that we can bring that up as well? And good afternoon, everyone. Again, this is Tammy Martin, Deputy Division Director with Texas Workforce Commission. We'll wait until we can get the PowerPoint up, and here we go. So we are going to have a team presentation approach this afternoon for the Division Director update. For the reasons that the chairman mentioned earlier, today is our Division Director's last day, Cheryl Fuller. And yes, we are going to miss her tremendously. And then Scott McCune will be the interim director beginning tomorrow. So the presentation will be presented by myself, Jamie Haywood, Deputy Division Director for Program Policy Support, Scott McCune, today, Deputy Division Director for Program Operations, tomorrow, interim VR Director.
Good one.
And then Jeffrey Miller and Christopher Speckard will also be presenting with us on the data pieces. Next slide, please. So in addition to the division director changes, some general updates. As you all know, October is National Disability Employment and Awareness Month, and we have had wonderful events across the state. I want to highlight just a couple of those. We had the Alex Frieden Hireability celebration yesterday, which a few of you, our CT members, were able to attend. I know Anne and Daniel were also in attendance, and some other folks, Melinda and Jamie. So that's always a wonderful event that we look forward to every year. We also had White Cane Days celebrated across the state, and want to highlight just a couple of them. We had one in Houston that was very successful. There were about 250 to 300 participants who were there. The director of the Mayor's Committee on People with Disabilities presented the proclamation. The NASA No Boundaries set up a table to recruit high-level talent, and there were approximately 75 to 100 participants who were able to march in the walk that was led by members of the University of Houston Marching Band. So it was a fantastic organization and collaboration there in Houston. And then, of course, the largest in the state White Cane Day event happened in Austin, and there were about 1,500 to 1,600 individuals who participated, and there were 36 booths. So we filled up all available space there at the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired. There were a lot of fun events for kiddos to participate, such as a rock wall, petting zoo. It was a lot of fun for everyone who attended, and many organizations came together to plan and attended. It was, of course, it was Texas Workforce Commission, Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, Health and Human Services Commission, their Blind Children's Program, the Lighthouse, the State Library, Education Service Center, Region 13, ACB, NFB, and it was a wonderful event, and the weather was perfect this year. You know, some years we've had rain, some years it's been cold. This year, I have to say, weather was perfect. It was really good. So we enjoyed being there and participating in that. We also had a successful capacity building conference earlier this month in Frisco. And coming up in November, we are joining forces with Texas Workforce Solutions, Texas Workforce Commission for hiring Red, White, and You events across the state. So this is where we partner with them on hiring events, job, let me see, we're looking at, sorry, my notes just went away. So in conjunction and alignment with Veterans Day, Texas Workforce Commission, Texas Workforce Solutions in partnership with the Governor's Office, the Texans Veteran Commission, and the Texas Medical Center. It's hiring red, white, and U events, which connects veterans, transitioning military members, and military spouses. That's what I was looking for in my notes, because I wanted to make sure you all are aware that this, in addition to the veterans, the focus is also on transitioning veterans, military members, and spouses with employers. So we have those coming up in the 28 Workforce Development Board areas in November. So with that, we are going to move on toward updates on the combined state plan, project goals, strategies, projects, and the success measures. So I'll turn it over to Jamie. Next slide, please.
And I'll run through the first part of this pretty quickly because it's really just a refresher and a reminder of the process that we all go through in creation of the combined state plan. We just wanted to highlight really at this meeting, we wanted to highlight how we go from CSNA all the way down to division projects. So what drives our projects? So we'll walk through that process rather quickly because it's really a refresher, and then get to the examples, and that'll also help us make up a little bit of our time. And then Jeffrey and Chris are going to be on to talk about the success measures of these goals. So as we're working towards these goals, how do we know if we're making a dent? How do we know if we're moving in the right direction and making some progress? So and the reason why we want to do this at this particular meeting is because we now have a new combined state plan for years 2024 through 2027. So we closed out at the last quarterly meeting, we closed out 2020 through 2023, and now we're transitioning to this also known as the CSP, the combined state plan for 2024 to 2027. So this process starts off, oh, next slide. Oh, never mind, I have a clicker. Y'all gave me a clicker. Yes, thank you. So the process starts off with what's called a comprehensive statewide needs assessment. So this is a very comprehensive and thorough data collection. So we get information from stakeholders, customers, providers. It's done through town halls. It's done through surveys via online, customer satisfaction surveys. It's done through several interviews, and then it's also, we pull data from RehabWorks, and we work with Texas A&M. Our ops team works with Texas A&M and IQ, and they do a ton of analysis to help us figure out, based on this assessment, where it is that we need to focus. And so, out of the Comprehensive Statewide Needs Assessment, or the CSNA, that we did in 2023, there were 3 familiar overarching areas that you will notice here, and they are categorized as provider networks. So the support and training of a robust network of providers to ensure that access to equitable and diverse services are available to our customers. So that's a very similar need that you all probably can recollect. Also staffing and expertise. So making sure that we have sufficient staff who have the expertise they need to do their job for the customers that are in front of them. And then also what sound super brand new, which is business partnerships. So how do we expand the network of those employers that we work with, so that they recruit, train, and employ the customers that we're servicing. So how do we grow that network of employers? So those were the 3 really overarching categories that came out of all of the analysis that was collected during the Comprehensive Statewide Needs Assessment. And then I won't spend too much time here. Not only have you seen these slides before because IQ presented them, you can definitely go back and read the specifics, but in each of those 3 overarching categories, then the team that does the analysis breaks down that a little further. So just for this example, for provider network, to build that, to support and train and build that robust network of providers. What does that mean? Well, that means that customers and stakeholders, they want more information about providers. So how do we make sure that our customers and stakeholders have a comprehensive, the comprehensive information that they need about available resources so that they can choose the providers that are right for them? Then there's another one, providers require ongoing training and support. How are we supporting our providers so that they're keeping up with compliance changes, they're keeping up with changes at the agency, they're keeping up with contractual obligations, they understand those contractual obligations. So how are we supporting the network of providers? So I won't go through all of them. You can definitely go back and read those, but the breakdown of each of those three overarching areas are in the PowerPoint. So this is just a breakdown of staffing and expertise, and then there's a breakdown of business partnerships. So what happens after the CSNA? So then after the CSNA and after we have the analysis and what we should, the roadmap, it gives us a roadmap really. What is it that we should be focusing on over the next several years to make an impact? So that's where you all come in heavily again with working with you all on developing those goals and strategies. So there's just one small arrow in between the CSNA to the combined state plan, but you guys play a big part in that. So we take all of that information from the CSNA and we draft some combined state plan goals, collaborate with you all and leadership on, do these goals address the challenges that were identified or the needs that were identified in the CSNA. We work collaboratively to create those. And so the product of that process were these 6 VR goals, and these are also not going to sound new to you. At the top, right at the top for this round of combined state plan for the next several years is recruit and retain VR staff. So that's number 1. Number 2 is improve provider recruitment, retention, and support. 3 is streamline VR policy process and procedure so that we can improve our workflow processes and provide tools so that service delivery is more timely. We also want to develop additional user-friendly resources so that customers know all of their available choices and so that our staff know the available choices for customers. Improve the VR staff members' knowledge and system capacity. So this is where that training comes in. And then also finally increase those partnerships with employers to help better understand their needs so that we are setting our customers up for success to meet the needs of the employers that are in the community and across the state. I'll note here that the 2020 to 2023 plan, these are all the same 6 goals. So we have the same needs, same goals that continue to show up in the assessment. What's different about the goals this year is the first 3 are just in a different order. So in the last round, the number 1, the one that rose to the top was improve provider recruitment, retention, and support. And the one that was highest based on the analysis, or highest need based on the analysis this time around, was really focusing on staff. Not that that means any one of these goals are more important. It's just a way for us to see, based on the analysis of the assessment, which one do we, how do we prioritize in a way? So, so the order of numbers 1, 2, and 3 are different, but they are essentially all the same goals. And then 4, 5, and 6 are the exact same order from last year. So, which is also good because we don't have to stop things and start all over on new things too. So now what? So we have the combined state plan goals, which are also then, I didn't go into that here, but we also create strategies under each goal that helps just break down, okay, the goal is really overarching, and so what are some strategies to help us reach that goal? Well, we want to make sure that when we talk about projects in the future, that everyone's on the same page about, well, where do these projects come from when we're referring to the projects that are where we report out on those quarterly. And so from the combined state plan goals, we then we go to work at our level to say, okay, what is it that we need to do? What action do we need to take in the form of a project or an initiative to be able to work towards those goals that the assessment told us we needed to work toward. And so we're just going to walk through a couple of examples here, and then the team members are going to give you a little, also a share out, an update on these particular projects that are actual real projects. This is not just an example for fun. So I'll start this one off, and then Scott will tell you a little bit about the actual project. But to walk through the process that we just talked about, so the CSNA very clearly said that there's a need for staff training and mentorship. Staff want ongoing training and mentorship, not only new staff, but existing staff, and especially in light of the shift in seniority levels. So part of the analysis showed us that, you know, several years ago, we had X% of seniority level counselors, which was higher than the new percent of higher than the percent of new or less experienced counselors, and now it's reversed. So we have more counselors that are new to the field, new to VR than not. So so thinking of that, having to think about training differently. So that is one of the or some of the information that came out of the assessment that said we really need to focus and have a goal around recruiting and retaining staff members. And then breaking that down even further, more specifically, one of those strategies needs to be to redesign the training and resources that our new RAs, as well as that our new RAs go through, as well as continue to increase the knowledge of our current counselors and RAs in order to meet their needs for ongoing training and support. And so what does that look like in action? What are we doing about it? And that's where the project comes in. So Scott's going to tell you a little bit about the project, just one project for this particular strategy and this particular goal. It's not necessarily the only, but this is the alignment piece. So this one particular project to redesign new training for, I'm sorry, this is Tammy. Sorry, Scott, just kidding. This is Tammy. To redesign new training, a new training program for VR counselors, RAs, and our VR supervisors, which we're hoping will help impact the goal we have to recruit and retain our staff. So Tammy, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Jamie. All right. So in May of 2024, we launched a comprehensive review and redesign of the initial training for new VR counselors, new RAs, rehab assistants, and new VR supervisors. The objective is to create a streamlined, consistent, and effective statewide program for new staff members, ensuring competency and confidence throughout their new hire journey. Now, you may recall that we worked with training and development to redesign our new counselor training. So that has rolled out and is in effect. This training that we're working on is internal to the VR division, because what we have discovered and the feedback that we have heard from staff as we have met with them, they need additional training and support once they complete that new counselor training. And we didn't hear it just from counselors. We've heard it from the rehab assistants, and also we have a lot of new supervisors. So we have, you know, the new, we have the lead VR training through University of Arkansas Currents that we're doing, but this is going to be more on the day-to-day, you know, what needs to happen in their role as new supervisors. So we are currently using a 3-phased approach for the training initiative. The first phase is to conduct an assessment and needs analysis. The second is to develop an implementation framework and pilot program. And then the third is to conduct the training. Phase 1 is complete. We had a diverse VR core team with representation from each of our 6 VR regions, where they analyzed the current training efforts, gathered feedback, and benchmarked the best practices from other state VR agencies. They identified strengths and opportunities for current training and root causes of the training gaps. They defined what the desired future state would look like that aligns with the VR division strategic goals. So, completed phase 1. Phase 2 is in process. Tiger teams were established to develop a comprehensive framework that includes standardized training content and a structured system for providing the training consistently with all the regions, because the one thing that we want to make sure of is that there is consistency among the regions. So by developing curriculum with utilizing the trainers who will be conducting the training, they will have that framework that's consistent. Consistency is very important. We are going to complete a pilot of this training in fiscal year 2025. And then, of course, phase 3 is pending the results of the pilot. So that's where we are on that training redesign. Going into the rehab assistant training that we are working with training and development on is that this year, the project that T&D, Training and Development, is working with us on is some redesigning of the rehab assistant training. So this is going to go into more in-depth purchasing. They're going to be revamping the workbook that we've had and used in the past with scenarios. They're going to work with the staff on actually walking through the purchasing process and utilizing some case scenarios to really give them that hands-on training. So that will roll out. We're working this fiscal year with training and development on them. So I anticipate that the pilot for that, we usually do a pilot training course sometime late spring, summer, and then it would roll out to all our A's as we approach next fiscal year. Jamie?
Thank you. So this is really Scott's turn. This is an example of another project that we're working on that from the CSNA, stakeholders identified that we needed adequate staffing and they needed expertise, right? So we have a high turnover rate. We really want to retain those experienced staff and want to be able to recruit. So how do we do that? So again, that's under goal 1, recruit and retain VR staff members. This particular strategy is about implementing a workforce planning strategy that enhances the use of career ladders and career pathways so that our staff have opportunities to grow within the division. And so Scott's going to talk to you about a brand new career ladder expansion implementation.
This is actually part 2 of one. The first one that went out about a year ago had identified expanding the career ladders for counselors and RAs and the regional program specialist positions. This one is focusing on direct service delivery positions around VBI specialty. And so looking at how we can expand current positions like the OIB worker at a senior level, the ATU evaluator, the critical rehabilitation center admission coordinator type positions. So the coordinator positions that they have, it include the admissions, dual customer, low vision, our employment assistance specialists, our orientation and mobility instructors, and our VR teachers. And so anything with the BVI specialty, we are looking at adding that senior level position so we can try and retain the knowledge that we have in that specialization. And hopefully we'll see that, staff that stick around a lot longer have that knowledge base and then able to provide exceptional services to individuals that need that specialty. And so hopefully we'll see improved outcomes as a result of retaining our staff with service delivery focusing on BVI.
That actually goes into effect.
It goes into effect tomorrow. And so we've
That
got,
was his first decision he made.
so we got that starting tomorrow. Also starting tomorrow, that goes along with recruiting and retention, is we updated our salary guidelines. They used to be called the salary offer guidelines, and then we changed it to just salary guidelines because it talks about salary offers in addition to just how we address salaries for individuals that advance their education. And then also too, with this part that talks about with the career advancement within the VR program under recruit and retain VR staff members, we've identified in the salary guidelines scenarios where we've identified positions where we've considered it an advancement from this position to this position, and identifying that salary increase to help promote recruiting efforts to get staff interested in those identified career pathways. That changed perspective from either growing from at a management unit from a field level up to maybe a unit support team member, so in the management unit, and then advancing to the regional office, different perspective, and then also to advancing the state office. And so we have identified these positions and kind of mapped them out to help with recruiting efforts and then hopefully retention for staff to see just the advancement opportunities that exist. Also in the salary guidelines that go into effect tomorrow is we've identified an updated minimum starting salaries for critical positions. And so that way that will hopefully recruit individuals that are applying for these positions when they become open. In addition to staff that are already in those positions, looking at how we can increase salaries up to that minimum that's been identified. So that way new people that are coming on board don't make more than an incumbent tenured staff member. So we've got salary equity adjustments to process during this month. And hopefully that, again, help with, through increasing salaries, help with the retention for staff that we have. And so those two projects go out tomorrow.
I actually have a staff question in the LVB request that went in that TWC presented. It looks like for FY 2025, which is right now, you have the increase in budget will put 130 more staff in VR staff in on the front line, or is that where is that those 130 positions distributed?
It depends. And so it's seeing where we've got the need and then being able to put those resources that would help address where more customers are being served, where we have caseload sizes that exceed capacity, being able to provide relief, that will help with retention as well. But then also too with supervisors, we're looking to use some of those FTEs to put more supervisors out, because right now we average about a 1 to 15. And according to, I don't remember what act it is, it's a target for about a 1 to 11. And so if we can give relief to supervisors and supervising a fewer number of staff, that will help with retention, but then also to what Tammy talked, part of that teaching and coaching piece, that if I've got only 11 people, that's more manageable than 15, and trying to ensure that they're meeting all their needs and answering all their questions, particularly with newer staff.
So you see most of those positions going out to the field?
Yes.
Okay.
Direct service delivery, in addition to perhaps management units, adding either an additional VR supervisor to help with the direct report numbers, and then perhaps looking at the unit support team levels, because there's some large management units that we have that could benefit from perhaps multiple, I want to say multiple positions within that unit support team members. An example, each unit support team has a unit support coordinator. Some units might need 2 of those, perhaps based on the geographical type area that they have. So we'll be taking a closer look at those, seeing the best utilization for some of those FTEs to give support out to the field.
I'm gonna advocate for the Gulf Coast. We need more.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Scott. And then just one more example on a different goal. Based on the needs assessment, we saw that there's a need for improved collaboration with our workforce centers. And so under goal 4 in the combined state plan, which is to improve and develop additional user-friendly resources to maximize customer choice, there's a strategy about workforce collaboration and service coordination. And we have a project that Melinda's going to share that we're working with our the other divisions in TWC on a referral and service coordination process.
Hi, yes, this is Melinda. So our goal is to, again, kind of back to that counseling and guidance piece for counselors to allow them to understand what a workforce system can offer so that VR isn't the only thing that someone may need. So helping them understand what the workforce center services are and vice versa, because there are times that a workforce center may serve someone that really can benefit from VR services as well. So to begin service coordination, obviously a referral system has to be in play. And so we're looking at how to utilize our current case management systems, recognizing that they are different systems. So how can we talk to one another through those systems to show that we're referring to one another to benefit from another service that entity may have to offer. So that's the first piece, is to, we've created a process that we believe will work between the systems utilizing RehabWorks and Sarah, and then using the workforce centers working Texas case management system to refer to one another, then to get to the right individuals in the office to provide the service. Then the next phase of that is that piece of understanding what those services are, how to connect with the person to say, I'm going to provide X number of services to the individual. This is what our goals are. This is how you can help supplement that. So that's the pilot. We are working with one management unit in Region 2, or the Texoma board area, and then 3 other management units in the Gulf Coast area. So we will work with those offices and begin training later this month on that process, and we will pilot it through the end of March and see if it's a system we can use across the state.
Is there still a lot of co-location effort as a part of that?
Yeah, so co-location is not that was one of the sunset recommendations in prior years. So it's not so much about co-location, because we recognize that workforce is having to change their presence in some areas. So some of those may not continue if workforce leaves an area or downsizes their footprint. It's more about, that's what we want to really focus on, service coordination, because we've noticed that just being in the same building doesn't mean we're coordinating services. So that's really what we need, is the service coordination. So how is that going to look, whether we're together or not? So as appropriate, we will be in workforce centers. We may, Scott, am I right to say about 93% of our offices are co-located across the state? So yes, obviously a large majority of them, but we're not appropriate, or when leases change, we may, that scenario may change.
So we really just wanted to highlight the transition from the prior combined state plan to the new combined state plan, even though the goals are still the same. But it is the next combined state plan where we'll really be digging in and continuing to focus on the goals. But we wanted everyone to see how, the projects, how they're born for the most part. Now, this not all of our projects are driven by the CSP, but a lot of them are, most of them are. So these are also the projects that we report on in the quarterly report. So there's much more project information on top of these 3 in your quarterly report. that you can take a look at that talks about the additional projects that came from the combined state plan. And there's also a copy of the CSNA and the combined state plan in the SharePoint if you want to take a look at those to see how everything lines up. And how do we know if we're making progress? Well, there's success measures. So when we identify goals and strategies, we also identify success measures so we know if we're making progress towards these goals. And I hope Jeffrey and or Chris are on to talk about the success measures around the combined state plan goals. There's Christopher right on time.
Right on cue. Good afternoon, RCT members. You have to settle with me today. Jeffrey is working on some priority issues, but I'll be glad to take you through the success measures for the combined state plan. Okay, so beginning with goal 1, recruit and retain VR staff. It's always good to start out with good news. And we can start out with good news. The annual turnover rate which is measured on a state fiscal year basis. So for state fiscal year 24 was 14.3% for the year. And that is 3% less than in state fiscal year 23 last year, and about the same amount less than the prior fiscal year in SFY 22. And we're back almost to the pre-pandemic rate, which we had in 2000, I think it'd be in SFY 2019, of 14.7%. So there's been a lot of progress in this that was made this year. And another metric that we have for this is the percent of VR counselors that meet the CSPD, or the Comprehensive System of Personnel Development requirements. And we're at 59% in SFY 2024. Okay, go on to the next goal. If you have questions, feel free to interject as well. Okay, so goal 2, improve provider recruitment. So this table really looks at different facets of this goal. The column in the middle are available providers, and these are, in a given quarter, how many providers are available, in other words, in the rehab work system that a counselor can access, that they've been kind of onboarded into the system. And you'll see that there, if you look starting in 2020 and then 2021, were fairly high numbers, 14,000 and 13,000 respectively. Whereas in 2022, we see a pretty steep drop off. We go from 13,800-ish almost to about 6,847. And the reason for that drop off is kind of a purge or a cleanup of provider records in rehab works that took place then, basically to take inactive providers off the books, so to speak. And so that the number that we have starting in 2022, that 6,847, is more accurate of the providers that are still engaged with TWC. And as you see, from 2022 to 2024, we're looking at the calendar year, quarter 3, there's been an increase in available providers, which is a result of recruitment efforts. So that we do see progress in recruiting providers. So that's the middle column. The active providers, these are ones that received a service authorization, a paid service authorization during that particular quarter. So we were talking earlier about obligations and expenditures. These would be expended funds. So providers where service authorization was expended and received a payment. That has been relatively stable for the last 2 or 3 years.
And how many is that?
Yes. So
in the previous 24, 23, 24, you gave numbers for, you didn't give numbers for the number of providers, and remember, you've got people that can't read those screens.
Yes, let me do that. So, okay, active providers then. So in 2020, which is as far back as we go in these rolling 5 years, we had 3,429 active providers. Now in 2024, we have 3,191. And in between that, it's gone up a little bit. In 21, it was about 3,800, and it dropped a little bit in 22, 3,400. It dropped a little more in 23, 3,300, to land at 3,000, almost 3,200 in the third quarter of 2024. So it's been relatively stable. And something to keep in mind is this doesn't measure how many customers are served by those providers. So if you have one provider who's serving more customers, then you may not need other providers to be active to serve that same amount of customers. So, but what it does show is that we've been relatively stable in retaining and the providers that have been engaged with the VR program. And the activity rate is basically the active providers as a numerator over the available providers as a denominator. And it gives us a sense of how many available providers are being engaged in a particular quarter. And so that rate back in 2020 was about 23.4%. It rose to 27 and 21. Now in 22, it jumped up to about 50% because we saw the denominator, the number of available providers, reduce pretty significantly during the cleanup of inactive providers. So that's a good baseline in 2022, is that 50%. And so we've gone down a little bit to 47 in 23 and 42% in 2024. Again, the reason for those decreases in the activity rate are more so because we've recruited there's more available providers, as well as slight decreases in active providers. Okay. And I will just run through the same logic applies to contracted providers. So those who are active, we've risen from 491 in 2020, again, calendar year quarter 3, to 559 in Q3 of 2024. So we have seen an increase in the amount of active contracted providers compared to 5 years ago. And it's fluctuated. It's fluctuated throughout those years, but stayed relatively stable. Available providers, we see in 2020 about 1,067, a little more in 21, and we see somewhat of a decrease in 22 as we go down to 948, again, because of the cleanup of the rehab works, getting some of the inactive ones that hadn't been paid in several years off the books. And we have seen really good, the contracted providers were the focus of, have been really the focus of recruitment efforts, because these are the ones that provide employment services or pre-employment transition services, supported employment, those sort of things, work-based learning. And so that's really gone up from over the last 3 years in particular. So from 2022 Q3 of 948, we've gone up to 1,005 in 2024 Q3. So that is a result of recruitment efforts.
Does that include your assistive technology contracted providers?
That is a good question for maybe one of the VR, Tammy or Scott. Is that mainly a contracted service, or is?
It is, but I'm not sure if they're included in these numbers.
We'll double check. Just to be sure.
Okay. When we pull this data, we pull all the service authorizations that have that are linked to a contract. So if they are contracted, they would be included.
That's what I thought.
Right, and so the activity rate is from 46% about 5 years ago in 2020 to 55% in 2024. And again, a slight decrease over the last couple of years is mainly because of recruitment. There's more providers that are available. Any questions before? I think this is, okay, so goal 3.
This is.
Yes, please. Mhm.
And this may not be the right time to ask this question, and I guess I don't know that, anyway, I'll ask it.
Sure.
I see that you're showing that we have these numbers of providers and such, but
Mhm.
do we know how many more providers we need? I mean, we're seeing it in the CSNA that more providers are needed. Have you guys been able to break down in what category maybe more providers are needed and what
Mhm.
areas of the state have you guys been able to break it down that way yet or no?
Yeah, so we do have something that we worked on after the last CSNA, which was more of like a heat map, provider heat map that looked at different counties. A lot of the need would be in rural areas, or and so as opposed to urban, the more populated urban areas. And this is something also I think that was mentioned in the PCG report as well. And so that is something I know that we being in I3, that we do share and support and work with VR in, determining what specific geographical areas or what service areas do we need to recruit in. So,
Well, I guess if we could maybe, in a committee or something, talk about that more, but I know I've been working cases recently, even in the Austin area, and we couldn't find a PSA provider and we couldn't find a RAC provider. And I don't really consider Austin to be
no.
a big area. So that's why I
Yes.
kind of asked that question. It seems maybe they kind of, some drop off and, then you lose those providers that you had and you're kind of left, having some difficulty in finding someone. So that was why I asked that question, but
Sure.
try to get with you guys with some of the data that you have. It might already exist.
That was kind of the thought that I had too, Karen, specific types of providers, not areas, because we know that rural areas are difficult, to find providers often. But what categories of providers are there difficulties in finding providers, and what needs to happen to make those kind of providers, to attract those kind of providers to be willing to contract with TWC VR?
Certainly, and we can, that is something we have been looking into, and that we could maybe for the next RCT report, we can delve into categories more.
Okay.
And Chris,
On our end, yeah.
some of
Mhm.
that also exists in the PCG report. It was
It is, yeah.
not only areas, but what services. So we've got some data there. We've got some data that we're working on internally, that, to go back to our earlier conversation, is where we're really checking our recruitment efforts, and being data driven about those recruitment efforts. So the recruitment plan that we're working on now is more about where do we need what types of providers. So we're really trying to be strategic about using that data.
And where?
What type of good or service and where.
I think
And
that's
then-
kind of the question that we're asking.
Yeah, and then tailoring those recruitment efforts to that.
Well, and the other part about this is, Noreen talking, these are contracted providers. That means they've gone through the open enrollment process. That's not an easy process. It's lengthy, and you have to be committed, because you wait a long time before you get the contract. So you're waiting. So if there's any, in this strategy of figuring out where to recruit, and who to recruit, and how to support them, if we could tighten up the activity rate, why would it be so, even at 62%, that seems low to me. Why wouldn't it be at 90 or 95% that we are contracting with providers who are providing services on an ongoing basis because we need them? And, just have that as a part of, out of the 1,005 people who are available providers in 2024, only 559 of them were active in the third quarter, and as opposed to the 800 or 900 that could have been. So.
We can get into that.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. We can take it, because there's what we learned previously is there's a variety of reasons, so.
I'm sure there is.
But that will be part of, and that'll be part of retention efforts also. So if we've got providers and everyone, including staff and customers, and are saying we need providers, well, why are we not using the other? But they may not be in the right area. They may not be for the right service or good that were needed. So there's all the variables, but it's worth digging. It's definitely worth digging into. What about those other 400-ish providers that are not active?
Thank you.
Okay, so goal 3 is streamline policy, processes, and procedures. And this measure looks at the number of days, median days, from when a customer is in initial contact to participation. Participation there's 2 factors to that. The first is signing an IPE, and then the second is receiving a VR service. So it could be counseling and guidance, it could be any VR service. And once you have those two in place, then you're considered a participant. And so one of the things that kind of jumps out in this table right away is the number of new participants. So in the 2020, which is 5 years ago, we had in the third quarter, and this again was a pandemic year as well, 3,789 new participants. We have about 2,000 more in quarter 3 of 2024, 5,907. So we really, over the last several years, have increased the number of participants that are being created on a quarterly basis. Compared to last calendar year, third quarter, we're just a little under. So that last calendar year was 6,057. This 5,907. One thing that has risen though is the time that it takes for this process. So the median days from 2020 to 2022 are in the 90s. So 91 to about 99 in 2022. In 2023, that time period rose to 105 median, and this most previous calendar quarter, Q3 2024, 113. So likely these two are related. The more new participants you have coming into the system, it's taking a little longer to get them all from into plan and receiving services. But VR program is still processing a lot more participants than it was several years ago, at least as we look in this third quarter comparison.
And we look at this particular measure for this particular goal because you want those median days to be as low as possible, right?
Yes,
so
that is correct.
That's why, and so what can we do in policy processes or procedures to streamline that so that number not only stays low, but goes as low as possible, even though our staff are experiencing, they're maxing at capacity. So what can we do to continue to streamline where we can so that number stays lower or goes lower? We want it as low as possible. So that's why I just point that out because some of the measures are not always as direct. You don't see that direct line to the goal. And this is one of them that if you aren't really thinking about that, would maybe not understand, well, why are they looking at the time it takes from initial contact to participation here? Well, that's because we want to streamline our processes so that happens as quickly as possible. So.
And I think that's really important. I think customers appreciate that as well as other people involved. So to be clear, the 5,907 are the new participants. That, because it's related to an IPE and a VR service, that is not including the pre-employment or potentially eligible persons that would be in pre-ETS.
No.
So
Correct.
that may be actually, competing against, maybe also causing to the median days being higher because you have a lot more new enrollments in pre-UTS as well, and kind of an enrollment, that whole process of going through. So a lot of competition for time.
Yes, a lot of resources when it comes to the capacity.
Is there any, guideline or goal that you're trying to hit, other than, right, keeping it as seamless as possible and low as possible? This is Peggy.
Chris, was there a baseline? I mean, I know we've kind of been. is there a
We've just been
baseline?
we've been hoping, the idea was just a reduction. And I know there's a federally mandated time period, right? To get, when someone gets in the program, to go through application, eligibility, and to become participation, but I'm pretty sure we're well under that. Okay, so this is the same goal, and much the same in terms of, as Jamie was saying earlier, the idea behind this measure is, but now instead of looking at a time from your initial contact to your participation, we're looking at how many in a quarter who are eligible in eligibility status signed IPE. And there's a little, so this, not necessarily becoming a participant, not necessarily receiving that first service, but signing an IPE. So basically, converting someone who's eligible to having a signed IPE. And that participant creation rate has been pretty steady. I'll go over some of the numbers. So in 2020, quarter three, we had about 3,818 newly signed plans out of 4,375 eligible, which gave us a creation rate, if you take the number of IPEs over the number who are eligible, of about 87.3%. Fast forward 5 years, we have a lot more new signed IPEs, 5,929 out of 6,895 eligibles, which gives us a rate essentially of 86%. So that is actually the fact that the participant creation rate has remained essentially the same over the last 5 years, but the number of newly signed IPEs and the number of eligible has risen is a good sign. That means that we're still bringing people, getting those eligibles to plan at roughly the same rate. Okay, so this goal 4 is improve customer informed choice. This is one of the needs in the 2020 CSNA. For those here at that time, or may remember, and also in the 2023 CSNA, was information about benefits for people who are receiving public benefits, information about how receiving those benefits would impact, and receiving employment, how that would impact their benefits, and just the relationship between work, employment, salaries, and benefits. That's kind of a question mark for some people coming into the program. And so we were tracking the number of participants who are receiving supplemental Social Security or SSI or SSDI benefits, who receive benefits counseling. In other words, meeting that need for information. And this is also an area where we've seen a lot of success in terms of, if you go back, this is a quarterly update. So this table goes back to September of 2023. Right now, we're in October of 2024. But if you did go back to 2022 or 2021, you would see that the benefits counseling rate was significantly lower, like 60% or 40, 50% in those earlier years. And so getting that rate up to what it is currently for this quarter, 89.6%, which means that out of the 10,866 participants who are we have flagged in the system as receiving benefits, 9,756 of them in this quarter that we looked at had received have that benefits counseling on their IPE, so it's part of their plan. There's been a lot of progress to be close to 90% compared to after the 2020 CSNA when the rates were much lower. So we've been maintaining progress on this. Okay, next slide. And this also has been something we've been tracking since the 2020 CSNA, and also was a need in the most recent 2023 CSNA, and that's to improve customer-informed choice. And so the Westat Customer Satisfaction Survey gives us information or feedback from VR participants who either have an open case when they're surveyed, or who have recently closed their case in that quarter when they're surveyed. And so we have 4 different categories of respondents here to this survey that are in this table. The first is overall open. And so if I'm not mistaken, overall, and correct me, Scott, if I'm wrong, overall is both what we consider to be general VR and blind and visually impaired. In other words, it's the entire program that's overall. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have overall cases that are open and then closed, and then blind and visually impaired that are open, and blind and visually impaired who are closed. And we see, and the question is, how satisfied are you with the information you receive about VR services that may help you to achieve your career goals? And the data that we have in this table takes us back to the beginning of the state fiscal year. So Q1 of 2024, and it goes through Q4 of 2024. And statistically speaking, a difference of a percentage point or 2 percentage points is usually within a margin of error. So we really, so for example, for the overall open, 84% responded positively to this question in the first quarter of the fiscal year, almost 83% in the last quarter. So there's really no statistical difference in that response rate. And the same is true for overall closed, which was 86.5% at the beginning of the year, 84.1%. Usually in a margin of 2 or 3% is the margin of error. For blind and visually impaired, the response for open cases in the first quarter was about close to 82%. In the fourth quarter, 80.4% that responded positively. Now, we did see more, I think, what you could call significant variation in the BVI closed, because we're kind of outside of the margin of error. So in the first quarter of 2024, 87% of BVI closed cases responded positively. In the fourth quarter, 78.5%, and it has gradually decreased quarter to quarter. So that is probably statistically significant.
Wonder what the issue, because I think I asked for some of that information. I wonder what the issue is that it declined. Those percentages declined.
Yes.
Because I think I'm the one that asked for that.
And we do have Glenda, we do have an ad hoc report out tomorrow on blind and visually impaired performance. It doesn't, yes, but it wouldn't specific. It may show trends that would explain this, because we do see a decrease in successful closure rates that may be being reflected here, because if you've closed, then you know your case outcome, whereas if you're an overall, you don't know your case outcome yet. So that could be.
Yeah, Glenda, Christopher, we're going to be talking more specifically about the trend with the BBI successful outcomes decreasing. Christopher and his team have done a really good job of taking that next step for a deeper dive into the data. So I think some of your questions, while not all of them may be answered tomorrow, I think it will be a good overview of some of the trends that we're seeing, and then we'd be happy to answer any additional questions that you may have once we review that data.
That's fine.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, next slide. So goal 5, improve staff knowledge and system capacity. And the question is, how satisfied are you with the support you receive from VR staff? And again, it's this, we're looking at SFY 2024 each quarter. And so the overall open, we started the year at 84%. We're ending it at 81.5%, which may or may not be significant. Again, the margin of error is usually 2 or 3 percentage points. For overall closed, we're starting at 85.9% and ending at 85.1%. So that's probably about the same, not a significant difference.
Chris,
yes.
This doesn't feel like the right measure of success for this goal.
So we did have, I believe, I'm trying to think back to the previous state plan, because as you know, Chairman, the Westat survey changed, the questions changed. And so what we tried to do is take the most relevant question of the new set. But we can certainly review this to see. Support, I think it was worded differently in the old Westat, which was more tailored toward this goal. And this, I think, is the one that's the most similar to it. Yeah.
Fair, but I would even argue that a customer satisfaction question is, even if it's a perfectly phrased question, you're asking about a customer interpretation of something that a VR staff member knows. I would hope there's a better, more direct measure. Training classes. I don't know, qualification levels, like something that's direct.
So not a customer survey answer.
Exactly. A very direct measure of how knowledgeable our folks are.
And the idea of the correlation here, we can certainly look at it, especially since the question's changed. It's a legit question, and I'm going to wrap by telling you what our next steps are also. But the idea here about the correlation is if our customers, if they're satisfied with the services they received, that means that the counselor did a good job, right? So they're knowledgeable, their response time was quick, they were satisfied with the services they received, they got the job they wanted, they got the advancement, so on and so forth. So that's the correlation. Not to say it's the correlation, but that is the idea behind this particular.
I got the logic. I got the logic. I'm just saying we got to have a more direct way of measuring something.
Sure. Now I'll share a little bit about that when we.
Especially system capacity piece.
Yeah.
If you could go back to the previous slide, just one. I just wanted to highlight, I think the only really.
Sorry, Chris. If we do
go ahead. Yeah.
If you actually do want to bring in an element of customer lens into it, especially around system capacity, I would look at things like how fast is somebody being served? Are they happy with how fast they're receiving services? How fast they're being, not receiving the services, but how fast they're being contacted? There you go, intake. That's, I think, might be a better measure if you want to give a bit of a lens for something like that. But honestly, system capacity, staff knowledge system capacity, caseload, right? Like caseload, like more direct. That's just my suggestion.
What are your thoughts? This is Scott speaking. Because we discussed about the continuity business continuity,
Another one?
continuing services.
Yeah.
When your counselor is absent or there's changing counselor, because that's an indicator of.
Frankly, for something like this, I would strongly suggest a direct measure and maybe augment it with a customer lens. So maybe like 2 measures. Direct one and like supporting customer lens.
Thank you. Sorry, Chris, were you done before I move on again?
Oh, no, I just wanted to say that most likely the statistically significant change is, as it was in the previous slide, is the BVI closed, which went from 88.6% in the first quarter of this year to 84.8% in the last quarter. And that's it for this slide.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, so goal 5, and again, this is the same goal. And this speaks more to the system capacity side of this goal. And it's the statewide participant engagement rate. And the engagement rate is looks at how a participant is engaged with the VR program. And it looks at different aspects. In other words, did they, during this quarter, that participant, did they receive a service, and that includes counseling and guidance, or do they reach a milestone like move into employment phase, successful closure, sign an IPE, enroll in post-secondary education and training. And so it's kind of a composite index, so to speak, of that looks at different ways that a participant can engage with the program. So we're going back 5 years here, looking at quarter 3. And the first thing we really notice in the number of active participants, and these would be those who are engaged with the VR program in 2020, in quarter 3, we had about close to 35,000. In 5 years later, in 2024, Q3, we have over 40,000. And this number has increased year on year for the last 5 years. So this shows that the system capacity is increasing along with the higher number of participants that are coming into the program so far. We also see looking at all participants, and this is the denominator of the engagement rate. So regardless of whether you received the service or anything that puts you in the engagement rate, how many participants are on the books, so to speak, for that particular quarter. And we've in 2020 Q3, it was about 51,500. We dropped the next couple of years because this was at the pandemic time. So the Q3 was right in the heart of the pandemic. And so we did see a drop. Recovery in 2023 as we went back from like 47 to 50,000 for that quarter. And now we're up to 54,000, almost 54,600 for 2024 Q3, which is the highest for this quarter in the last 5 years. So the engagement rate increased from where it was in 2020 and about 68% to about 74% in this most recent quarter. And it's been hovering between 72 and 76% for the last couple of years. So that's showing that we're still able to absorb the increasing number of participants and maintain about roughly the same engagement rate so far. Okay, and this last goal is business partnerships. So partnerships with employers, and one of the main areas is work-based learning opportunities, where students and youth or adults are able to participate in work-based learning. And so this looks at the SFY quarter for the last 5 quarters. So we're looking at the last quarter of 23, all the way through the last quarter of state fiscal year 24. And we see, and this is very seasonal, because I believe that since we're talking about state fiscal year quarter, that the quarter four is actually in the summertime. So that's June, July, and August. So this is when a lot of work-based learning, when a lot of students in particular are able to do internships or work-based learning is in the summer. And so I'll compare the quarter four number for 2024, which is 2,529, to the quarter four number of 2023, which is 2,328. So we've increased the number of participants in work-based learning over the last year.
Thank you, Chris.
Yep.
So that was the last slide. Takeaways is we really wanted to highlight that we are starting a new combined state plan. Wanted you to see how the alignment from the CSNA all the way down to the projects align to the work that we do, and then how we measure whether or not that work is progressing in the way that we want it to progress. One of the next things we're going to do is, while the goals stayed the same, and the strategies are similar, are the projects that have spanned over several years or that were on the board, are they still the right ones to address the newest analysis and information from the CSNA? So we'll be working through the projects to make sure that they're still on track to be aligned to meet the needs of that we saw in the assessment. So, do we need to change course on some of it? Do we need to pin some? Do we need to get rid of some? Do we need to replicate some? So we're really going to be working on that to make sure that the things that we're working on are addressing the needs from the assessment and are going to continue for us to see success go in the right direction. And part of that, what we can do, Chairman, is look at the success measures. Like, are they still directly, is it a direct?
Is it measuring what?
Is it measuring what we're trying to measure? Yeah, so that can be part of it. Just to double check.
Good.
All right.
Folks, any questions for Scott, Jamie, Chris, Jeffrey, Tammy?
I thought they did a great job.
Can you phrase it for more question?
Thank you.
And the next 45 minutes or so, well, we're at break, according to the schedule. But while we have Chris on, the next was the VR performance update. So I'm not sure how you wanted to catch up with time, or where you want us to go from here.
Yeah. Fair point. Chris, can you do a performance update in about 20 minutes or so?
Sure, of course. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it was just preview in the committee meeting.
Yep.
You can. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and then come back and let's do a performance update, talk a little bit about the prioritization approach or selection, and then with a public comment.
Okay.
So 3:20, we're coming back at 3:30.
Okay.
You live north, east, south, or west?
Downtown Dallas.
It's not too bad, dude.
1 minute, 25 minutes.
If you come, between, it's right there about 30.
I can either do 35 or I can
By the way, I have no.
Yeah. I live about 70 miles east.
Wow.
Yeah.
They don't go for you.
It wasn't bad. This,
In the night or?
no. Because Arlington's 90 miles, where regional is at. It's all good. I knew it when I took the job, that's what it was gonna be. I don't complain about it.
It's just a car time.
Sorry?
It's a lot of car time.
It's good to debrief from the day, and then on my way home, I listen to music, debrief, and then on the way there, I think about what I got for the day.
After this, I'll tell you. So after starting doing mostly either virtual or like I actually start time precisely for the same reason.
It's nice.
All right, folks, let's jump back to it. Or I'm missing a read. Okay, move somewhere here.
All right.
All right. Let's rock and roll. Chris, back
Okay.
to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this, for those of you who have been, this is our quarterly RCT performance presentation. So we'll start with the second slide, the next slide.
Just sliding.
There we go. So the first thing that may jump out at you is the first column of this table, measure. So there are different measures that are used to kind of track performance. And these are measures that are used for nationally for all VR programs. And the thing is, a lot of times these measures have different date periods that we're looking at. So we're looking at, and so as I go over each measure, I'll also go over what time period that we're looking at for that particular measure. And please stop me if you have questions, because I think there is at least 3 or 4 different time periods that I can see here. So the first measure is participants, and that's pretty straightforward. Again, those who have a plan and who have a VR start date. In other words, they've started to receive services after the plan. So that's the formal definition of participant. The time period we'll be looking at is state fiscal year 24. So that's from September 2023 through August 2024. The year-end target for this was 68,611. The performance, and by the way, this R4Q is, again, it's for this, it's state fiscal year. 69,347. So that's the number of participants in state fiscal year 24, and that exceeds the year-end target. The status we give to that is it met the performance, it met the target. That's what MP means. You'll see in some other measures, if it's 5%, more than 5% over, then we give it a plus P grade, so to speak, for being more than 5% over the target. Okay, the next measure is average cost. And this is also the same time period, state fiscal year 2024. The year-end target was 3,958. The performance, 4,272. And what that means is you take all the money that was spent, all the funds from the grant that were spent. In this case, it includes salaries. I know earlier we were looking at an average cost that was just client services. So this includes salaries as well. So that you'll see this 4,000 number is a little higher than the ones we were looking at earlier. And so we're just a little bit above that year-end target. And we don't, based on earlier conversations, we're not giving it a plus or a minus. Because there's so many, from the time that target is sent, there are so many things that can take place, like new supplemental funds that are received and other budgetary actions. So, but all in all, very close, that 4,200 to the year-end target of 3,958. Okay, the next measure is how the federal government measures employment. One of the first measures that, and this is the same for all programs across the WIOA or the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, including VR. And that is, it looks at the second quarter after someone exits from the program. So it's different than the success rate, because success rate that we're used to when you talk about in VR is, did they have a successful case closure or not? Were they employed when they left the program? This measure looks at 2 quarters after they leave. Do we see their wages in the, do they have wages? That's how we can tell if they're employed. And it's not a perfect measure because some jobs don't show up in the the unemployment wage, the UI or the unemployment insurance wage database, federal jobs, for example, because we use the Texas base. But it's for the most part, it's a pretty good way of finding if someone's employed. And so that and the performance period is there's a lag to it. And the reason why there's a lag is because it takes time to get that wage information. And we have to wait 2 quarters after the exit. So we're looking at results from program year 22, which is July 2022 to June 2023. So it's not this program year that just ended, it's the previous one. So those who exited in that program year had a 60.82% employment rate second quarter after exit. The target was 57.5%, and I think it just a little over 5% exceeded the target. Not percentage points, but actual percent. So that's why there's a plus P here for that strong performance. And another measure is similar. It looks at someone who was employed in the second quarter, so they were part of that measure we just talked about, but were still employed in the fourth quarter. So this is more of a retention measure. So you were employed in your second quarter after exit. Are you still employed the fourth quarter after you exit, or basically a year after you exit? And this is a very strong performance of 87.62% compared to a target of 87%. And so that that the program met the target. And the year we're looking at here is even a little earlier than the previous measure. We're looking at calendar year 2022 because you have an extra 2 quarters that you have to wait because it goes to the fourth quarter after exit. And then you have a little bit of a lag to get the wage data. So that's why we're kind of looking at a snapshot of those who exited in the past. But it's something that we continue to track year on year, and so we can see how people are retaining their employment. And then we have the credential rate. Now, the credential rate is very similar to the previous measure. Those who are enrolled, in terms of that, we look at a calendar year. So we're looking at the same calendar year 22, and we're looking at those who exited in that calendar year who achieved a credential. And it could be any sort of academic credential, vocational, completion of a vocational program, either as a participant in the VR program or up to 1 year after they exit. So that's why we have to go back in time because of that year after exit that they have to achieve that credential. The performance is 51.23%, which is very strong. I think for the VR program, maybe a year or two ago, it was around in the range of 30% or so. So there's been a lot of improvement in this measure over the last couple of years, and well exceeds the year-end target of 45%. And the final measure, kind of high-level measure that we're looking at, is called the measurable skills gain rate. And because this doesn't look at exiters, this looks at participants. So it looks like the activity when you are a participant in the program. It's more recent. So it's a more recent look at the VR program. And the time period we're looking at is program year 23, which is July 23 to June 24. So it's a very recent measure. And it looks at anyone who has a measurable skills gain. It could be getting a credential, but it also could be on your way towards getting one, like a semester report card, completing some part milestone, for example, in a training program. There's actually a pretty long list of skills gains that can put you into this measure. And the performance also very strong for program year 23, 50.7%, well exceeding the target of 44%, which is the targeted percentage. So that's, this is probably the most busy slide in terms of measures, but I wanted just to, these are the ones that are reported to, the LBB, the legislature, and RSA. So this is, it shows very strong performance on all of these measures. Okay, next, unless there are any questions, next slide, please. This is a crosswalk from VR service area to the board areas. I think most of us are familiar with the regions, so regions 1 through 6, and we'll be looking at by region as we go forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so 2 things to highlight is we've seen a very strong increase in participants. In program year 22, we were at about 64,863. In program year 23, that increased to 69,243. And in state fiscal year 24, which is only a couple months after the end of PY 23 because the different naming conventions, we see 69,347 participants. So there has been pretty robust growth. On a regional basis, Region 2 has kind of led the growth with an increase of 15.6% year on year. And across disability categories, participants with learning intellectual or learning cognitive disabilities also have increased about 15%. That's the fastest growing primary disability category that, over this last year. Meanwhile, the closure rate, successful closure rate, and this now is, it's not the previous measures, this is what we're used to, is saying the employment rate. So did someone leave the VR program with a job, with a successful closure or an unsuccessful closure? So the statewide successful closure rate has fallen a couple of percentage points. So in program year 22, it was around 53%, compared to about 51% in program year 23, and state fiscal year 24, again, only a couple months later, more recent, is it's about 50.43%. So we've seen a big surge in participants and a couple percentage points decrease in the success rate. Okay, so let's go over. Next slide, please. Now this is, I won't go through each cell of these. There's a lot of tables and a lot of numbers. I'll just kind of go over in the high level for all VR being all the regions, statewide. This just shows the growth of the number that we have of 69,347 for state fiscal year 24 is comparable to the 69,000 that we had way back in program year 19. So we've kind of have recovered to pre-pandemic participant numbers. Okay, next slide, please. These are the numbers in terms of the disability category. Now, all of the, when you compare program year 22 to 23, all of the disability categories showed growth. The largest growth, percentage-wise, in terms of absolute numbers, was in the intellectual and learning category. Okay, next slide, please. And this slide just shows percentages of, so taking all of our participants, if we looked at their primary disability, what percentage or proportion are they of the total? And the only thing I would like to highlight on this slide, because this has stayed relatively stable, the proportions over the last several years. But what I do want to highlight is the growth of, again, the intellectual and learning primary disability is now at 30%, which is the highest it's ever been for the last several program years. So that's reflective of the growth that we've been seeing in that participant, in that disability category among participants. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this slide depicts the successful closure rate by region, and we've seen a drop-off in that rate in almost all regions since peaking in program year 22 after the pandemic. We still have not yet achieved in program year 19, which is the earliest year we see on this table, it was at 56%. And then it dropped to 49% during the pandemic years of 20 and 21, rose to about 53% in program year 22 and is tapered off.
50% of what? I mean, what are you looking at?
Yeah, this is so in other words, if you take all of the closures, by that I mean, how many?
Yeah, I know what closures are. I just,
yeah. How many were successful? And there's a lot of measures here. This one I think is more familiar to us. It's the employment rate or the successful closure rate.
I wasn't sure if you were talking about some other category or still closures. Or
yeah.
Because I can't read the slides, so that's why I need you to. I mean, that's why I wanted to clarify.
Sure. And so we have seen that tapering off over the since program year 22. We've decreased from about 53% to about 50.4%. Okay, any other, we can go on to disability category, which is the next slide.
Yeah, the only exception on the region page is, so prior page, region 4.
Mm-hmm.
Is it region 4? Region 4 is the only one that actually went up in the successful.
You're right. That's correct, Mr. Chairman. That's right.
And
they did.
Region 6 too.
Region 6 did also.
Did region 6?
Yes. Yeah.
Not since 22.
Yeah,
Not since 22. I thought you were looking at the 23 and only 4.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Fair enough. But yeah, if you consider since end of the pandemic to fourth quarter to Chris's kind of a point, basically region 4 went up from 47% to 49%. Everybody else went down by somewhere between 2 and 6%.
Okay. Next slide, please. So this is we're still talking about the successful closure rate, but now we're grouping it instead of by region, by the primary disability categories. And we still see, and I believe this applies to all disability categories. If you compare from PY22, from that peak of the pandemic recovery, we see a decrease in the success rate. So all disability categories have been impacted. We still see an increase, a decrease in, I think almost all categories if we go into R4Q, which is state fiscal year 24, which is very close to PY23. So that makes sense. So.
But the visually impaired have certainly taken a bigger hit.
Part of the reason both legally blind and other visual went down by 5 to 9%. All the other disability categories are 2 to 3%.
That is true, and that's something we'll highlight during our presentation tomorrow.
Yeah, because I'm interested in information about that.
Yeah.
Chris, I'm just highlighting a few things that might not be, that might be interesting to folks because it is a lot of numbers on the chart. So for the folks with visual disabilities, I'm just highlighting a few things.
Thank you for pointing that
Yes,
out.
certainly. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so this is before we saw a proportion by number of participants. This is the proportion by the number of exiters. So if you look at the number of exits, and there's really nothing in terms of change to highlight. It's been pretty steady, about 23 or 24% in auditory and communication, the same number in intellectual and learning, and the same number in physical disabilities. About 20.5% of the exiters have primary psychosocial and psychological, and legally blind and other visual, 4% and about 4.8% respectively.
Now, these are people who just exited successfully working?
No, just who exited. In the so if you look at everyone who exited the VR program,
for whatever reason.
Yeah, how many of them had which primary disability?
Okay. Successful or unsuccessful?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is something we talked about earlier, is that the measure that who is employed in the second quarter after exit had strong performance in program year 2022, so about 61%, compared to about 59% in the prior program year. So there was an increase, and this makes sense because we also saw that when we were looking at success rate. We saw that program year 22 was a strong year in terms of a post-pandemic recovery. And so we're looking at those individuals who exited in that year, program year 22, where they were 2 quarters after they exit. And so we would expect to have an uptick or growth compared to the prior program year. Median earnings continue to climb. So in program year 21, the median earning was 6,360, and in program year 22, 7,126. So that measure is continuing to climb with the economic growth. Okay, next slide, please. And I won't belabor these slides because there is a lot of information here. But to say that the growth that we've had in region-wise has region 6 and region 5 have really led that growth, in some other regions in region 2. Some other regions, such as region 1, region 4, had slight declines in this Q2 post-exit measure in program year 22. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and this next slide looks at the same measure, employed or enrolled the second quarter after your exit, but by primary disability category. And I do want to point out that in almost all, except for physical or intellectual and learning, psychosocial and psychological, all other disability categories increased in this measure, including legally blind. You see a pretty big increase in legally blind from program year 21 to program year 22 in this measure, because we are looking at program year 22 when this wouldn't take into effect closures after that year, which is what we're seeing more of in the more up-to-date data on successful closures. Okay, next slide, please. And again, we are seeing, if you look at by region, all regions had an increase in median earnings from program year 21 to 22. I think that's the main takeaway from this slide. Next slide, please. And if you look at it by primary disability category, all primary disability categories also had an increase in their median earnings from program year 21 to program year 22. So the growth in earnings has been in each region and each disability category. Okay, next slide. Okay, and this next section focuses on that Q2 to Q4 measure. In other words, of those who are employed their second quarter after exit, how many are still employed in their fourth quarter after exit? And statewide, we've seen a slight decrease from not even a full percentage point, from 88.13% in for those who exited in calendar year 21 to 87.62% for those who exited in calendar year 22. Okay, next slide. And we see a decrease in this measure in all regions except for, I think before we singled out region 4 and region 6. Their measure, this Q2 to Q4 measure, increased somewhat from calendar year 21 to calendar year 22. Okay, next slide, please. And this table looks at exactly the same measure, employer enrolled Q2, Q4 post-exit, but now we break it down by primary disability category. And if you look at the legally blind, had a slight decrease in this measure, as did the psychosocial and psychological primary disability category, and physical and actually intellectual learning as well. So the disability categories that increased a little bit would be the auditory and communication, as well as the other visual disabilities. Okay, next slide, please. And this is a kind of an ongoing ad hoc that we've had for about the last year or so, and that's comparing exiters with traumatic brain injury, a stroke, or a spinal cord injury. And we see in looking at SFY, or state fiscal year 24, increase in successful case closure rates for those who have the primary disability of traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injury, and an increase in participants for those, again, with TBI, the traumatic brain injury, and stroke, or acquired brain injury. For the Q2 post-exit rate, it dipped slightly for traumatic brain injury and stroke, but increased a little bit for spinal cord injury. And except for stroke exiters, the retention measure has basically been stable. It decreased a little bit for those with stroke. And so these next tables, we'll just go through them quickly because I basically went over the main highlights in this slide, but we can go over the next slides. So next slide, please. Okay, that first table is participants served by traumatic brain injury, stroke, and spinal cord injury. And for traumatic brain injury, we see, if you look at the state fiscal year, which is the R4Q, it's basically a couple higher than program year 23. And the same can be said for stroke. And a couple participants lower for spinal cord injury. Traumatic brain injury did have a pretty significant increase in case closure rate from program year 23 to state fiscal year 24, which is our rolling 4 quarters, of about 3%, about a 2% increase, like for a spinal cord injury, and about a 2 or 3% decrease for exiters with primary disability of stroke. Okay, next slide. Again, this looks at our Q2 post-exit employment. That measure decreased somewhat for traumatic brain injury and stroke, but increased for spinal cord injury. And why we could see these measures moving in different directions is because, remember, the success rate is the most recent year, the most recent fiscal year. The Q2 post-exit, as well as the median earnings, it looks back about a year or so to program year 22, because we have to wait for those wages to come in and wait for that 2 quarters after they exit. So we're basically seeing a snapshot of about 2 years ago on these measures.
Chris, we've been looking at TBI, stroke, and spinal cord for about 4 quarters now.
Yeah.
Are you picking up any patterns or anything like that?
I think what we're seeing is and it's probably best if you can go back one slide. I think that's in order to determine patterns, it's the most recent information. We do see recovery in the traumatic brain injury employment rate, or the success rate. So if you look at PY19, it's still not at program year 19 levels, but in program year 20, it was about 36%. And then we had a pretty substantial dip in program year 22, but then a recovery from 27 or 28% in program year 22 to 40% in this most recent fiscal year. And so that, I think, is a significant trend that we see. Otherwise,
yeah. Any other groups, it doesn't seem to correlate to anything else. It's you know, even in our success rate for stroke dips,
right,
you know, from Q3 to Q4. I don't know. It seems to have dynamic of its own, doesn't it? So I'm just.
It does. Yes. Yes, that is true, Mr. Chairman. A lot of times the TBI and the SCI will follow the same pattern, and stroke will be a different dynamic. That's correct. Because we also see the increase in success rates for spinal cord injury as well. Those have increased about 7 or 8 percentage points from program year 22 towards in this most recent state fiscal year.
Yeah, I was hoping, you know, about a year in, we would pick up some sort of pattern that it follows some trend, and doesn't seem to correlate to any other disability category or anything like that. So let's do another couple of quarters to see if we can get something out of this, because it is a hugely under how shall I say this? It has a life of its own, and I think we all wish the success criteria was higher. So let's give look at it for another quarter or two.
That sounds good. Okay, so we can skip the next slide because I talked about that, and we can go. And this is our retention measure, employed Q2 to Q4 post-exit. And we see a dip in stroke by about 7 or 8 percentage points. And we also saw that decline, though, in employment rates. Otherwise, this has been very stable for traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injury. And again, we won't the increases that we've seen in the success rate for both of these TBI and the spinal cord injury, we won't see in this measure for about another year or so, because this is a snapshot of calendar year 22, just because there's a lag to this measure. Okay, next slide, please. This is one of the ad hocs that we received from the last RCT meeting, was to look at the success rate, but on a quarterly basis. And so instead of looking at an annual or a rolling 4 quarters, which is essentially a year, looking at the success rate, the VR success rate on an quarterly basis. And so what we see here is the And there is a data table too in this presentation on the next slide, if you all want to kind of look at it more closely. The blue bars here represent the number of successful closures. The orange line, or the line that we see, is the success rate. And so that scales on the right-hand side, which goes from up to 70% at the highest. And then on the left-hand scale is for the number of successful exits. And there is seasonality. I know we were talking about this earlier in the customer satisfaction meeting, that we do tend to see more closures in the fourth quarter, the fiscal fourth quarter of the state fiscal year. As we get to the end of that fiscal year and maybe service authorizations their end dates are approaching. So we do see a higher number of closures, included in that number successful closures in the fourth quarter of our fiscal years from 2020 up to 2024. And again, these aren't calendar year quarters, these are state fiscal year quarters. So that quarter 2 of 2020 was prior to the pandemic. And you see that we were at 63% success rate right before the pandemic. I think that would have been very early 2020. And then we've seen a dip in the success rate, which is to be expected during the pandemic period of 21 and into 22. And the highs that we've seen, like in a quarterly high success rate, we saw 56% in the fourth quarter of 2022. In the fourth quarter of 2023, we're about 55%, so it's very comparable. In the fourth quarter of 2024, though, it's about 50%. So comparing quarters, we are seeing a decrease, a year-on-year decrease, which is what we're seeing in the yearly success rates as well. And so for anyone who's interested, this is on the SharePoint site. If you go to the next slide, we have all the information here, so you can take your time to go through this table. I know it's hard to. I know it is a little more accessible way of doing it. I wanted to show the visual, but if you're interested in the actual breaking it down by quarter, when the quarter began, how many exits we had, and what the rate is, you're free to look at this. It's on the SharePoint. And that's all. I think that's the last slide.
And the successful closures went down this year from last year, right?
Slightly. So if you look at it at state fiscal year basis, I think this year there were about 10,000 and maybe 94 or so successful closures for the state fiscal year. I believe the previous state fiscal year was maybe a little higher, like 10,200 or 10,300. So there was a slight decrease in the number of successful closures on a year basis, state fiscal year.
I guess I was looking at it from our annual report, which the number, I don't know that the number, maybe it didn't include the month or it did include that. I don't know what dates they were counting it from, but it looked like it was like 800 closure difference. But again,
yeah, it could be. Did you add up both the general and the blind for that number?
Probably not. If it wasn't.
Yeah. The annual report, RCT annual reports, the general is only the general. Yeah. And so it's so that you have to add to that number the blind and visually impaired closure number as well. Yeah.
Any other questions for Chris?
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you much.
Yeah, thank you all for hanging in there with all the numbers.
All been making Excel charts tonight.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thanks for putting it all together. It's a lot of work.
Yes.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Tammy, let's go to the next item on our agenda. and we're going to talk a little bit about order selection and approach to prioritization. So some of this will be a bit of education for the council members. Just what is order selection? How does it work? What's the process? And also we'll touch a little bit, hopefully on, we heard the budget conversation earlier. We are working towards the best case, right? But we should be ready in case things don't necessarily turn out how we want them to turn out. So what would we do as far as prioritization if we have to go that route?
Well, thank you, Chairman, for setting that stage so nicely as we transition to this conversation about order of selection and what is an order of selection and what would that mean and what would we need to do. So yes, you are correct. From the discussion we had earlier, it should not come as a surprise that we know that this is going to be a tight budget year. We are truly hoping for the best. And at this time, we are not anticipating that we need to go on an order of selection. However, what do state VR agencies do if the resources become limited so that they're not able to serve all eligible individuals for the program? Well, under the Rehab Act, there is an established way to do this, which is what they refer to as order of selection. And there are currently some state VR agencies who are operating on an order of selection. I do not have a PowerPoint for this topic this afternoon. However, I did have Lisa upload a document that you can reference, and we'll talk through it. Okay, wonderful. Daniel, or whoever just magically made this appear on the screen. Thank you. You speak it and then it shows up. All right, so this outlines the steps and processes when state VR agencies implement an order of selection. And this is on the TACQM, the Technical Assistance Center for Quality Management, TACQM. This is on their website. They have a actual page dedicated to order of selection and resources that are available. It actually was developed from WinTAC, which was the former Technical Assistance Center before TACQM. So when you reference the document, the bottom footnote, you will see it was WinTAC. And so just a little explanation there as to the reason for that. So when there's not enough resources available, what do? There's a process called an order of selection. And in order to implement an order of selection, there are required steps that state VR agencies must follow and also get approval from RSA before you can go on an official order of selection. So what I thought we could do is walk through some of these steps. And one of these steps does include the role of the RCT. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. So the first step is to review your financial and staffing resources. So this is where that fiscal forecasting really comes into play. What are your projections? What are you looking at? And we have worked really closely with the TACQM, the Technical Assistance Center, on fiscal forecasting. And for those of you that have attended CSAVR, you know that there have been several presentations. And in fact, I think was it a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, when there was a whole CSAVR dedicated to fiscal management, fiscal forecasting. And this is where, we're projecting, are we able to serve all of the eligible customers for VR based upon the staffing and resources? So if it's determined based upon that fiscal forecasting that we cannot, then what the next step is that the state VR agency must notify and consult with RSA, draft and submit the state plan language changes for review and approval. So this would require a modification to the current approved combined state plan to include the language in there that that a state VR agency would need to implement an order of selection. So the two-step process, consult first with RSA, and then you do steps 3 through 10 prior to finalizing and submitting the combined state plan. Elements of some of the following steps will be included in the updated combined state plan, including input from the State Rehabilitation Council on the decision to establish an order of selection, which would be RCT if it was in the case of Texas, assuring that the public has been given the opportunity for input regarding the implementation of the order of selection, and then the order of selection priority categories, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. So step 3, consulting with the State Rehabilitation Council, the Client Assistance Program, and other administrators in and outside the agency as needed regarding timelines. So this is getting the message out to stakeholders, council, CAP, others that would have a stake in this. The designated state unit must consult with the SRC if the state unit has a council regarding, and these are the things that the state would need to consult on. Need to establish an order of selection, priority categories, the criteria for determining individuals with the most significant disabilities, and the administration of the order of selection. Under an order of selection, state VR agencies must serve those who are classified with most significant disabilities first. So they're the highest priority when it comes to the prioritization. So we'll go into a little bit more detail in a few minutes. But the role of the State Rehabilitation Council, the points I just went over are on the second to last page of this document. So you'll have it included in this document if you want to reference it later. All right, the 4th step is to hold public meetings to inform VR applicants and customers, clients of the order and how it is to be implemented. And then we would move to step 5, which is choose order of selection priority category, assignment tool to be used, which includes the breakdowns and descriptions of the order of selection categories. Currently, in our policy and as a part of eligibility determination, our counselors do determine the level of significance and the category as if someone is classified as most significantly disabled, or an individual with a disability. So how do counselors determine this? It's based upon the number and degree of functional limitations, the amount of time that's expected to be needed for the VR services, and the number of VR services that are required. For an individual with the most significant disability, they would meet the definition if they meet the definition of as an individual with a significant disability, which is one or more functional limitation in the functional capacities. So when we talk about functional capacities, again, this comes from the federal regulations. This is an impairment that seriously limits one or more functional capacities: mobility, communication, self-care, self-direction, interpersonal skills, work tolerance, or work skills. So if an individual has an impairment, so their disability, whether it's a physical disability, a mental impairment, if it seriously limits one or more of those capacities, then they're classified as an individual with a significant disabilities. If they are expected to require multiple TWC VR services over an extended period of time and has one or more physical or mental disabilities resulting from specified conditions. So if they have a most significant disability, they have 3 or more impairments in those functional capacities. And if they're an individual with a disability, they have a physical or mental impairment that results in a substantial impediment to employment and can benefit in terms of an employment outcome for VR services. So again, this is in the VRSM Part B, Chapter 4, eligibility. Our counselors already determined this. So under an order of selection, those who are classified with most significant disabilities, they would be served first. So if you have priority categories, they are typically in most state VR agencies done by most significant disability, and then an individual with a disability. So when you hear state VR agencies talk about closing categories, depending on the resources that are available, they may have to close all categories, meaning they're not taking anybody off a wait list, no matter what their classification is. After they've been determined eligible, all categories closed, they stay on the wait list until the state VR agency opens up a category. So if they determine their financial resources is such that they can start removing folks off of the wait list, off of most significant disabilities, then that would mean they would have one category open. And then if resources become such they could open up more, they could move, if they get everybody off the wait list for most significant disabilities, they open up category 2, it would be able to serve those that are most significantly disabled, those that are significantly disabled. And then if you hear state VR agencies talking about serving all categories, that means that yes, there's a wait list, but all that are applying and being determined eligible, there's resources so that they're able to serve them all. So that's just a little bit of information about how that prioritization and works in general terms.
Question.
Moving on to, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Glenda.
How is extended amount of time for services defined?
So that's a very good question. Usually, typically 6 months or more. So if they're over extended period of time needing services for 6 months or more.
Okay.
All right. So moving on to step 6, state VR agencies would need to notify staff and partners, including the SRC CAP, regarding order of selection implementation plan and date. Step 7 would be providing statewide training to staff, partners, and others regarding order of selection implementation and use of the order of selection tools. Step 8 would be determine how agencies' case management system will capture and maintain and report out on an order of selection wait list. And for your awareness, RehabWorks currently has this functionality. Step 9, we develop a comprehensive plan for clients on the wait list to receive counseling and guidance and referrals to American Job Center Partner Services. And step 10 would be to consider and train on delivery of pre-employment transition services that would be provided under an order of selection. To note, agencies must continue providing these services to students with disabilities who were receiving them prior to their order of selection assignment. And then the other considerations regarding administrative requirements. Agencies must continue providing pre-ET services to students with disabilities who were receiving them prior to order of selection. Those that are receiving services under an individualized plan for employment, agencies must continue providing services to all eligible individuals who were receiving them prior to the order of selection effective date, and individuals needing services to maintain employment. The state VR agencies have discretion to provide services to individuals who need them to maintain employment, regardless of their order of selection category. The state VR agencies would need to include that in their prioritization category. That language would need to be included in the combined state plan and then approved by RSA. So that's a high-level overview of the steps that state VR agencies need to take when needing to move forward with implementing an order of selection. There is more information in the handout that is on the SharePoint, but I'm also happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I'm sure that TWC VR has its own outline in case that ever happens. God forbid that it does, but you never know.
Yes, Glenda, you are absolutely right. And as we talked about, we currently have the classification or the determination of most significantly disabled individual with a disability. That's already determined at eligibility. That definition is already outlined in our eligibility process. In addition, Rehab Works, the functionality is there. So there are steps, as we just talked about, that would need to be completed. And if we needed to go there, of course, if we determined that resources were such that we needed to move forward with an order of selection, we would, of course, notify the RCT.
The reason I ask is because I lived through a time when there was order of selection. In fact, a couple of times in my work career with VR, with TCB, and then I don't know about DARS, but I've lived through it a couple of times, and it's tough.
Yeah,
it's not easy.
This is Karen. I was wondering, Tammy, if you have an idea of how long this process would take for a state, if it realizes or makes that determination that this is the step they need to go. Is there any idea when you're looking at it, especially a state this big, how long would it take to really get the staff up and trained? And is there any idea for that?
Let me before when was the last time Texas was under order of selection?
So to my knowledge, Chairman, I'm not aware of Texas being on an order of selection. It may predate, and Glenda, you said you recall this, so I don't know if this is back when the agency was two separate commissions. Glenda, you referenced Texas Commission for the Blind. I'm not sure.
It was pre-2003 when we became DARS. I remember Darlene West was the supervisor and called us in. And Terry Murphy was a director, and he made sure that he didn't have to lay off staff, but that services could be provided in as much as possible in accordance with select. I've lived through it a couple of times. It's not easy when, Texas has, Gennady.
I had
So
the blind
vast majority of TWC personnel across all levels has never been to this.
Yeah.
This is Miranda. I've been here for 24 years, and it was prior to that. There hasn't been one since I've been.
I believe I was told it was in the 80s, and it was just the blind agency.
Yeah, that's something.
So come back to Karen's question.
Good, Karen.
What would the state? I just want to ask because anything Tammy will say will be a yes.
So in talking with other state agencies who have had to implement an order of selection, the response that I've received is that it's not a quick process, right? And so I would anticipate it being months. I wouldn't necessarily, I would probably, it's hard to say because of, the different, you've got to get approvals, you've got to get approvals up through your workforce board, up through RSA. And then if, RSA wants to modify any of your plan, but I would say, we would anticipate several months, and that's just based upon what I've I've heard from other states who have had to implement an order of selection.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would probably easily double that. And this is a very formal process. I think it's very important that, you know, at all levels, there is this temptation to formally do an order of selection. Yeah, there should be no informal sort of prioritization. I think it's pretty clear to everybody. I hope, yeah. Do we have a decent sense of criteria? So severity disability is one. You know, is there any other criteria that would be in play? Types of disabilities, regions, geographies, anything of that nature? Do we have any sense for, you know, those filters?
No, sir. And actually, when you are administering an order of selection, you must implement the order of selection on a statewide basis. So we would not be able to impose any type of regional or location type of criteria. The criteria for classification is based upon the disability classification and those functional limitations. Now, my understanding is where you could also prioritize is within a specific category. So for example, let's say a state was looking at getting some individuals off a wait list for most significant disabilities. They've had all categories closed. They're looking at getting some folks off the wait list, but they can't take everyone who's currently on the wait list who is classified as most significantly disabled. You could put a criteria in your plan such that whoever goes off the wait list first is based upon the date they were determined eligible, right? So it's something that's concrete, fair. You can't argue that. This is the date that they were determined eligible. So based upon that, you're taking them off the wait list in that order. But it's solely based on those 3 disability classifications. And then RSA makes it clear, while the federal law makes it clear, that you serve those with most significant disabilities first.
Mm-hmm. And we already screened against that at intake. I'm sort of trying to assess the level of effort. Is this just a matter of approvals, or do we actually need to go through a whole range of training of personnel in order to implement this? So we would need to for severity, right? So
correct. So staff are already making those determinations. So of course, yes, we would need to do training with staff. We would need to do training with staff on what order of selection is, what it means, communication with their customers, what it means to be on the wait list, the communication that happens to those that are on a wait list. So the answer is yes, we would need to do training with our staff.
On how to use it, not necessarily on how to assess, just on how to use the criteria that already is deployed. Let's revisit pre-eds for a second. So what is the effect on pre-eds other than folks that already are in the program are not affected? Is pre-eds itself affected or not?
So those who are currently receiving pre-employment transition services at the time a state VR agency would go on an order of selection, they would continue receiving those services. Jamie Scott, correct me here, but our understanding of those being served under who are potentially eligible, so receiving pre-eds under potentially eligible, they could continue to receive those services while they're potentially eligible, but once they apply for and and then they're determined eligible, they would then go on the wait list depending upon which classification they are, if that makes sense.
Right.
That is correct.
This is Peggy. Does, I mean, if this were to happen and then regarding the pre-ETS, would we still be required for that 15% of the dollars to be spent on pre-ETS?
Yes.
Okay, so that's
Yes.
just factoring that, however that works.
Correct.
So my question has to go back to the beginning statement. This is if the funding doesn't come through. So basically the trigger would be at the supplemental funding that's being requested.
I was gonna say the question for last, at which point do we say, yeah, let's pull the trigger?
And then that,
what do we look for?
yeah. And that starts with CR staff going to commissioners and involving and then implementing this plan. That,
Yeah, we implement those steps.
Question is when? A question is, if something to go, you know, my gosh, it is what it is. You know, we are on a run rate of 230, you know, things are not coming through, or the run rate is something else. Unfortunately, we're stuck at what, 149 or something like that, whatever.
Yeah, the 140s. So, yeah, then that's far from the 230 that we would need. And so without the supplemental, then we would need to pursue the steps.
So given that it would take somewhere between 2 and 4 months to implement, what does that, what does it look like? What signals do we watch for, and at what point do we pull the pin? Hopefully we'll never pull the pin, but what do we watch for, and how do we intelligently decide?
Well, and there, we know that there may be options available, and we're continuing to communicate with our executive leadership. And, you know, at a point that it is determined that the funding is not going to carry us through, that is when that decision would be made. But at this point in time, we are not anticipating that we are going to need to do that.
I mean, if it's May, right, and supplemental funding is not coming through, then do we pull the pin in May and basically implement in August? That's already end of the year, so that's not gonna work.
No, we would follow the bill filing. And if the requests don't make it into the bill, then you know.
February.
There's your first sign.
Yeah, and we're working really closely, I think Scott's doing it daily. We're working really closely, not only internally in our division, but with TWC executive leadership, so with Mr. Cerna, Mr. Townsend, and the finance division on watching this. So it's not just me and Tammy and Scott watching it. It's a whole team. So it's definitely a larger group decision and an agency decision, not just us making that decision.
Yeah, no, I don't think
In fact,
anybody
it's not
wants to be.
really us
Of
writing the
course.
decision,
No,
right?
no, yeah, that's, that, of course. I don't think anybody wants to be first one in Texas in 50 years to
No.
basically be under order slip. 50 years, 4 years?
so the, but, and then in development of the plan, we would look at whether the reduction of VR staff, the reduction of providers and provider types, and who is serving who, because of how the services would shift, how they would change. It's a part of that decision making.
So that's actually a good question. What's targeted? Is it reduction in staff? Is it dollars towards customer services? Is it travel? If I go line item by line item, is everything targeted equally, or some line items in the budget are targeted first before order selection kicks in?
This is Scott speaking. No, it's reviewing over everything, and then it's not that we look at reduction in force because looking at staff capacity with the number of individuals we have, we need the we need the resources that we do have. But that does also raise the, one of the steps is in addition to the financial forecasting, it's also your staff capacity. Because even though we make, let's say we do get the supplemental and the exceptional items, but we continue to grow at 5,000-7,000 participants a year, eventually you just do not have the staff resources to be able to serve that many individuals effectively.
Do you think with AI we can handle 15,000 cases? So yeah,
So that can push you in, put you into an order as well, that the volume of individuals to serve effectively and efficiently, it's beyond your staff resources and beyond what, we would analyze and see, well, then how many FTEs do we need? We go through those requests, but at some point the resources are what they are. But staff capacity could put you into an order.
that's a good point. It's not just a budget. Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So what's our approach? We hang tight, watch the signs, revisit this in kind of January timeframe, February timeframe.
Yes.
Somewhere there.
Yes, and we would certainly notify you all, of course, if of any decision that would be made.
Hopefully not.
But hopefully not, yes.
Okay. Not a fun topic to end the day on, but potentially necessary one. Any other thoughts, questions, comments on our selection?
Yeah, and I'm just reflecting on some of the earlier pieces of information that were provided in the PowerPoint presentation. You presented what the supplemental request would be to obtain the full federal amounts coming through. Is that information anywhere else besides our PowerPoint? Where would I find it? I didn't find it in the TWC LBB request.
That would be in the specific LAR that we submitted. I forget how many pages it is.
69.
It's on page 7.
On page 7.
The commission meeting materials, we can find the date and listen.
I have it right here. Maybe we could upload it to the.
Just put it in the SharePoint,
because it is
yeah.
public information. So.
Great. Yeah. Very great. Thank you.
You know what's not in the LAR? The carryover.
Big.
That's not in.
It's not in there, but it's baked into the calculations for why that specific amount. Why are you asking for that specific GR? Well, we need this GR. Well, even regardless of what you're carrying forward, this is what we need in additional to be able to access what we anticipate the full federal grant to be.
Kind of, but it's so hidden in there. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. The idea is if it's a $350 million grant, whatever your beginning balance is with carry forward, it doesn't matter. You need X amount of GR to be able to
Unbox
access
it,
that.
yeah. Just a general comment that just the way it's structured, it's not most friendly of.
You're making me feel better.
So yeah, no, it really is
Yeah.
very, very tricky. And once again, Scott, compliments to you for walking us through that. Okay, any other thoughts, questions or comments on this? I promise tomorrow will be a lot more fun. Guys, thank you for putting together a really good showcase of the region for us. Looking forward to that. Next item on the agenda before we adjourn, public comment. Do we have any public comment signups for Thursday for today?
I have not received any.
Okay. Is there anybody online who wishes to make a public comment without signups? If so, raise your hand, unmute yourself. Okay. Guys, thanks everybody. Welcome to Dallas. Enjoy, get some
Woohoo!
good, what do we have better than Austin?
Dallas in general.
Well, yeah, so,
We have better Mexican food and better barbecue.
barbecue is questionable, Mexican maybe, Vietnamese, and Laotian.
The real question is, what do you have in Lancaster?
Yeah.
Dallas College.
Very true.
If you guys want to get some really good Vietnamese, go to Garland or Carrollton
Harlan
area.
Richardson area.
Thanks, everybody, and we'll see each other tomorrow morning. 9 a.m. Central. They're adjourned.